Alrighty, boys and girls. Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. How are we all doing? Let's get this show on the road. Okay. The red hoodie is back, by the way. Some of you will notice straight away the red hoodie is back. Today I want to continue messing around, playing around, optimizing, min-maxing my profession guides. You may have... this is kind of part one of me trying to offer more substantial quality of content back to you guys, as I feel that has been lacking recently. That's one of my goals for 2024. I was, when I did a bit of a review, a bit of a look back on 2023, even though it was my most successful year, numbers-wise, figures-wise, it's, I don't feel as if I actually offered back as much as I kind of wanted to. So I was planning on doing this in December, but Season of Discovery got in the way, so I'm doing it in January instead. Especially since it looks like we have... I spotted some news that popped up late yesterday evening. Things like a release date for Phase 2 for Season of Discovery. February the 8th. That increases the level cap to 40. There'll be more leveling to be done, and Nomagun as a raid. Plus, obviously, next week we have 10.2.5 launching, so that will keep us busy for a few days as well. So there's stuff to do, plenty of stuff to do. But I had a thought. Oh, 9 days left. Okay, 9 days. I can live with 9 days. I was kind of worried that I was going to lose a lot of stuff to the mailbox monster, but apparently we have 9 days left, which is absolutely fine. What is this? 15,000 gold. Ooh. I often, when I open my mailbox, have been getting into the habit of sending 10% of it over to my main character as like a savings, keeping the gold on my bank character sort of at a similar value, sending the profit, should I say, to my main character, so I don't accidentally spend it on something stupid on my bank character. Good old, good thing that they get sent back to you after 30 days, not just deleted. Oops. Oops. Right, let's open this very quick. Well, obviously these say 9 days. I'm really hoping there was nothing else below that. Giving back, now's the chance to invest in Manthy coin. No, there is no Manthy coin on the horizon, I can assure you of that. Are these all 9 days? They are. Woo! This is what happens when Season of Discovery gets in the way. Let's get that relisted. Let's make sure we don't lose anything to the mailbox monster first thing this morning. Go, gadget, go. Yeah, I want to get my TSM groups back in good shape. I want to get my profession guides tippity top. I want to make sure that what is offered back to those that choose to support me is more sizable than it has been. That's I do kind of feel as if I was slacking a touch, and I don't like that feeling. This is one of the reasons why I've always felt a bit odd about sort of just having sub goals or donation bars and things like that on the stream, as I would want to feel as if I'm providing significant value back. If people are going to help me, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. That's the way I like to think about it. Obviously, I know there's the default, entertainment value of what I offer and such. But for those that go above and beyond, I want to make sure I am also going above and beyond. I think that is only fair. Like I said, December got in the way with Season of Discovery. I want to have a quick look whilst these are posting. I want to have a quick look then at the details for this. Let me bring this up on screen. Hang on. Where's it gone? So we'll be heading back into Season of Discovery before February. Oh, is this literally all they did? They tweeted it out. Oh, and there is an official Blizzard post. Mark your calendars. Season of Discovery Phase 2 goes live February the 8th. Get ready for Season 2. Go from 25 to 40. Additional talent points up to a cap of 31. Take on the challenge of Nomagan as the new raid dungeon. Discover new runes and abilities and more. I wonder, I wonder just if the hype train is going to continue into the other phases. Phase 1 for Season of Discovery, I think, was very unique. Very unique in terms of the fact that the barrier to entry for people was remarkably low, right? Everybody could get going. Everybody was clustered into this very small... everybody was clustered into this sort of very small level range, into like 2 or 3 zones. The world felt busy all the time. Now, of course, I only played on one realm, so I don't know what the others felt like, but it just felt busy all the time. I'm hoping that that isn't diluted as we go into the other phases. I hope the majority of the cluster, like, moves over into the 25 to 40 sort of gap. They did say they're going to do something about making 1 to 25 leveling faster. I don't know if we're going to have any details of that or exactly how that's going to work. Whether it's just they, twist a knob on the amount of XP you get for everything. I don't know. I don't know how much control they've got over it, but I hope that the same feeling continues in the other phases. I hope it's not just diluted and stretched out. Because Season of Discovery Phase 1 felt very unique for World of Warcraft, and it was quite refreshing. I know a lot of people who dropped Season of Discovery because the quote-unquote endgame, it's too hard for casuals to get into raid groups, even if they're pre-BIS. Is it really? I mean, I can't really quote because I haven't tried. It's the honest answer. I just genuinely haven't tried getting into the raid. I mean, I've anytime I've wanted to do a dungeon, I've not found it too difficult. Obviously, clearly, I'm in a slightly more privileged place than some people because I've got we put the guild together. There's a few people knocking about in the guild. I've got sort of like streamer benefits in that regard, but it's I don't think if you were using the LF looking for group add-on, for example, it was too difficult. I tried just for fun, took 3 hours to find a BRD raid, and I'm pre-BIS and I've got raid loot. Okay, that's a problem. That's a problem. Was it due to just lack of groups, or was it lack of specific roles to complete groups? Was everybody looking for a tank, for example, or was everybody looking for healers? Because that could often mean that there's just a shortage of certain players. But if it's yeah, who knows? Who knows? Back after a month break, had to study for new certification for the job. Got it yesterday, finally. Hey, well, congratulations and welcome back. Good stuff. Good way to start 2024. Well done, well done. I hope the people spread out more. It's a bit too crowded for me. Yeah, that's maybe a Finnish thing. I'd go and say that's probably a Finnish thing. I like my MMOs to be massive and multiplayer. Yeah, I think the more... I'm often of the opinion of the more the merrier, but yeah, I see where you're coming from. I've had no problems whatsoever playing on 2 different realms with 4 different characters. Always got into BFD groups pretty easily on popular characters like Hunters and Rogues. Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? Though Hunters and Rogues were just doing silly damage, and so they were almost insta-picks. So there is obviously a little bit of bias, spec bias that will happen, I guess, as well. But done the raid 5 times, I think, without a guild. First time was a bit hard to find a group since I had no experience, but now it's easy. Yeah, it could just be. It could just be a bit of an invisible wall. Once you break through it, It might be a touch easier. Either way, the raid is, you know, at level 25, considering we're going to 40, we're going to 50, we're going to 60. Obviously, it's cool to have done it, and it's cool to have the gear from there. It would be cool to go into phase 2, like fully BIS geared from phase 1, but there's no strong requirements. By the time you I mean, the chances are that your gear at level 25, if you have the raid gear at level 25, you'll probably still be feeling relatively strong once you ding 40, but then everything that comes at 40 will probably supersede it. And I suspect a lot of the meta will change quite aggressively. I think this will be one of the biggest shifts in meta, because the difference of having 31 talent points as opposed to, what is it, like 16 or something now, is massive in Classic. All of a sudden, classes or specs get abilities that they just flat out didn't have before, which were like totally game-changing back in the day. So I think there's going to be a monstrous shift in the meta from 25 to 40, and that will just refresh everything, you know. Maybe BM hunters and rogues will calm down, and maybe something else will take the spotlight for a while, and then a couple of months later, when we get level 50 and level 60, it might all, you know, swap and change about. This is what I think is quite cool with the Season of Discovery. It feels like they've turned it into a mini expansion, and every phase is a patch where they change things. It's quite clever how it's actually worked out. And all I can say is that they're doing a pretty good job of it, it feels. It's pretty insane how much gold people have in Season of Discovery at the moment. I bet there's people running around with silly amounts of gold by this point. Obviously, I've taken my eye off the ball completely. I don't know what is considered like wealthy in Season of Discovery right now, but high 3 figures, low 4 figures would not surprise me. There's got to be people out there with a few thousand gold apiece, surely. I mean, let's look at like some big hardcore farmers. What's Student running around with now? He must have like a couple of thousand gold, surely. He spends all day, every day farming by the sounds of things. I think there will be some people going into phase 2 with plenty of gold. I actually don't. Because I spent most of my time just leveling my characters, I didn't really put that much effort into the gold making, apart from some simple basic craft some of this, throw it up on the auction house, see what happens. I am kind of thinking I might need to fix that problem before we go into phase 2, but we got time. It's still a month away. Also, there was some, what's this? The Grim Campfire Toy Twitch drop. For those of you who are watching on Twitch. Oh, where's my where's the viewer counter gone? There we go. Why is the viewer counter not working for Twitch? Are we live on Twitch? There we go. There's the numbers. For those of you who choose to watch over on Twitch, when does this kick in then? Besides the announcement of Phase 2, blah, 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 retail players can expect 2 promotions this week. An unannounced one coming on January the 9th. That's today. And the new trading card game toy, the Grim Campfire, being offered as a Twitch drop on the release of patch 10.2.5 Season of Renewal on January the 16th. Oh, okay, cool. Okay. This is again one of the things that really, really kind of makes me wish that there was a global release. Because without sounding petty, right? The NA World of Warcraft streamers get a monstrous viewer spike because people are lurking to get the drops when it goes live. They have a really big patch day, and then Team EU has to like hoover up the scraps. That probably sounds gross. I apologize if that sounds gross. That's not me, but, you know, that's not me being selfish. That's just kind of how it works. It's just kind of a bit frustrating to see, because patch 10.2.5 will go live like late in the evening for Team EU. I I mean, I could, in theory, just stream then to try and take advantage of the hype, but I wouldn't be playing it's just odd. Because, of course, we don't get it until January the 17th. Either way, whatever. It's good for you guys, though. We get a new Grim Campfire toy. I guess it's the same scenario, right? 4 hours, that sort of thing. Each week we look ahead to see what's in store for World of Warcraft, blah, 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 blah. Season 2, we've talked about Journey into Northrend. Oh, Ruby Sanctum opens on January the 11th. January the 11th? That's like Friday. That's an odd time to launch a patch. Okay. Gather your allies and make plans. Heed call of the Red Dragonflight for their time of need. I mean, that will be done in 5 minutes. Ruby Sanctum was like, didn't take very long. What do we got this week? An article, dig into the Dragon Isles with the Zotheran archives, and a new promotion. New promotion is always something in the store, isn't it? It's always something in the store. What's the thing they're going to put in the store today that's going to make people care? What are they going to put in the store today? Probably not anything Call of Duty. What are they going to put in the store? I don't know. We'll find something. They'll find something to sell to us. Tomorrow, with Reset, we get Cooking Impossible, PvP Brawl, no idea what that is. Wrath of the Lich King Time Walking. An article talking about the Follower Dungeons. An article talking about what's coming with Seeds of Renewal. And the Drago Flight, Twitch drops. Oh, an article on that, January 16th. Some transmog set, probably. The Captain one is gone from the shop. Oh, that might be it then. They might bundle that up as a last chance promo. I got 250 to 300 gold. It seems like that's already way more than the average player. I think that probably is way more than the average player in Season of Discovery. Because let's not forget, most players, anybody that makes gold has probably lots of reasons to spend it, right? You're trying to gear up those characters. You're buying bags, that sort of stuff. Bags are like 10 gold a piece, which, you know, that's instantly 40 gold for a character. People are probably trying to save up a little bit for their mount at 40 and this sort of stuff as well. 250 to 300 gold probably is more than average. Soon as people start getting, you know, 100 gold plus, I think they probably get pretty itchy to spend it on stuff, gear, upgrades, you know, that sort of thing. Any idea why I can't vote? It states that an error has occurred. You can't vote because you can't post in this topic. Oh, are you looking at the season 4 stuff? Probably because you're an EU player on the NA forums, or vice versa. You're probably in the wrong forums for your geographical location. We'll get to that in a minute. Because that's also something to talk about. I feel a rant coming on that one. I feel a rant incoming on that one. Some of you will know what we're talking about. They put forward some where's the blue post tracker thingy? Where is it gone? Choose your own gear in Dragonflight Season 4. This is set the forums on fire. In Dragonflight Season 4, we're going to try something new. We're preparing, maybe put new in quotation, new. We're preparing a remixed set of gear for each specialization. To determine what that means for each class and spec, we're asking you, the players, to vote for your favorite class look and your favorite specialization set bonuses from the first 3 seasons of Dragonflight. This means that in Season 4, Demon Hunters might vote for a set that looks like Season 1 set, with Season 2 set bonuses for Havoc, but Season 3 set bonuses for Vengeance. We have opened a poll for every class and every spec. You can now vote on your favourites, and the winner will determine what we build into the game for Season 4. Please keep in mind that we're going to update the power of the set bonuses to match the increased power of the new gear in Season 4, so any bonuses you choose will be tuned to be as strong as any others. Now, this is one of those scenarios, right, where do you look at this with your glass half full, or do you look at this with the glass being half empty? Because I'm not a fan of this continued, oh, we're going to use the last, we saw this last expansion. We saw this in Shadowlands. We saw them cut an entire raid tier in Shadowlands in favour of doing a fated season where they just kind of rehashed and threw some stuff together just to kill time. Because, and let's not forget that their argument back then was because they wanted to continue their focus aggressively on the new expansion. Now that, in my eyes, is a valid thing to do in that one specific circumstance. What I'm not overly impressed by is how that is becoming the norm. That they are they are now, instead of it being like a bonus event, because they did it first in BFA, right? We had BFA, we had the fated season at the very, very end. Corruption gear turned up and things went a little bit silly. But that was mostly a bonus. Then in Shadowlands, they axed an entire patch and were just like, yeah, okay, we'll just do this so you have something. It's not perfect, but we're working so much on the new expansion to make sure that's really good. I know we did it in BFA and it's Shadowlands, but here's something and something's better than nothing. We're sorry, sort of thing. We'll move on. And now in Dragonflight, they're just carte blanche. Just we're just doing this now. And I don't know how I feel about it. Is because it feels like they're constantly just... It's like they've sliced an entire tier of content away from us and have just distracted us with why. I'm not particularly a fan of it, if I'm best pleased, but the interns found the copy-paste button. Yeah. And then not even, there was we had corruption, which was cool, hella broken, but just fun for the last part of BFA, super busted, super broken. We had the fated season in Shadowlands, and yet, they tweaked and tuned a few different things. This time round, they're just, it just feels lazy. It just feels lazy. It's like we're going to have another season. We're not going to make any new set bonuses for anything. We're not going to make any new appearances for anything. But we're just going to give you the choice. And so if you don't like it, well, you chose it. It feels real cop-out to me. It feels really a real cop-out way of doing things. That they could have used this... And the way that they have used this previously is to do something silly and to try something that they can't do mid-expansion because of balance reasons. You can do something silly and something broken at the end of the expansion because we're about to have a full reset. We're about to go into a brand new expansion. You're going to get new gear from every angle. Nothing is really going to matter. That's sort of a given, right? So do something silly, do something broken. It's not going to last for very long. We'll get pre-patch soon anyway. This, it's just silly. It's a bit of fun. But this isn't silly. This isn't fun. This is just, oh yeah, by the way, there's no 10.3. And by the way, Season 4, we're just going to give you exactly what you had from one of the first 3 seasons again. And you can choose it. I don't know exactly where I sit. I feel as if I'm a bit on the fence about this. There's the positive side of me, which is like, well, at least there's some in. But then there's the pessimistic side of me, which is like, this is hella lazy. And I don't know which feeling is stronger, but yeah. If they want to cut the content by 1 tier, they should have just cut the expansion price by 1/3. You know? This is it, right? This is why players need to push back against negative practices before they get normalized. So much of what is wrong with the gaming industry as a whole is predominantly because the pushback when they first started doing small, less gross things wasn't strong enough. And companies get away with doing shady practices, and this just feels lazy. I can't help it. I can't help but say any other way. No new artwork, no new set bonuses, no new sort of like tweak or tuning. No, it's nothing. New is not the right word here. Nothing about this is new. Absolutely nothing. This is complete 100% rehash. But passing the buck onto us. Oh, if you don't like it, well, you voted for it. I don't know. Maybe retail player numbers are very low, so they're not motivated to work on new stuff. The exact opposite, if I'm honest. It is still retail to this day. By a country mile. Retail makes Blizzard all the money. All the money. If you look at World of Warcraft, or if you look at Warcraft as a franchise, retail makes all the money. And as a business, that makes, in theory, them more incentivized than anything else. Money. Retail is still absolutely crushing it. Sub numbers don't matter anymore. Let's make that really, really apparent. Sub numbers do not matter. It's because sub numbers can be inflated one way or another, because your sub, you need a sub. With 1 sub, you can play any of the Warcraft games. Classic, Season of Discovery, Wrath of the Lich King, whatever. You know, 1 sub means you can do anything. So the sub numbers realistically nowadays don't matter. If you consider sub numbers, you have to consider Warcraft as one franchise, which it is. The aspect of that franchise that makes all of the money is retail. All of the money. Always has been, probably always will be. Feels like we're going to get another season just to say there was no content drought, you had something to do. Yeah. I like Dragonflight, but it's getting pretty stale. This doesn't help it. I mean, I've been saying recently, when we were playing Season of Discovery, I really tuned my opinion of how the aspects of the Warcraft franchise fit together, how the jigsaw sort of connects together. Retail is your fast-paced arcade mode, right? If you want something sort of dip in and out, fast, flashy, you've got all of your transmog, you've got all of the mounts, you've got, the best graphics. You've got your arcadey, flashy sort of mode, which is retail. You dip into it, you blast it for a couple of weeks, then you get to that stale period, but then you put it down. But during that period where you're willing to put retail down is where you start looking at, Wrath of the Lich King looks quite fun. What's this hardcore classic mode? What's this Season of Discovery mode? And they're the things that are going to take up probably the majority of your actual gameplay time. I would not be surprised if the next expansion, it ends up being that the War Within as an expansion, if you actually were to calculate your in-game playtime, you probably are going to play the War Within the least in terms of physical time. It doesn't mean you'll have more or less fun while you're doing it, but in terms of actual playtime, the War Within will probably be the shortest number. If you want to play nothing but World of Warcraft, you will play retail the least, and you'll probably be incentivized to play Warcraft in some other mode, whether that be through Season of Discovery or some evolution of that. We're getting hardcore solo self-found mode. They're going to try and incentivize you to spend most of your time playing the slower, more grindy, more old school, more classic versions, That's how it seems to feel. Because ultimately, Blizzard, as a company, as long as you are playing Warcraft in some fashion, they ain't bothered. They got your money, and they're going to keep your money as long as you continue to keep playing it. Different options and different, for different people. Panda posted a tweet last week. He's talked to some devs. They say WoW Retail is still the top dog. Oh, yeah, I mean, it always has been. Always has been, always will be, without question. But I can't help but feel that this is just a cop-out. And for reference, if you are going into your specs and trying to vote on this, please be aware that you will need to make sure that you're on the right regional forums. You would need to... I would assume they have duplicated this post over on the EU forums as well. If you actually are Team EU and want to vote, you will need to go there. Interesting. You can see how many people have clicked through. So you can kind of start... This is actually... This, from a data perspective, is quite interesting. As you can see the popularity of some of the specs. You can see how Havoc is 3 times more popular than Vengeance. Blood for Death Knights is more popular than both Frost and Unholy combined. Regarding Druids... Feral is the least popular, with Guardian being pretty much right next to it. Blast Chickens are top of the tree, with Resto Druids sitting in the middle. For Hunters, Beastmaster is 3 times as popular as Marksman and Survival put together. That's not a surprise, is it? Mages is actually quite equal, with Arcane lagging behind a little bit, but Frost and Fire seems to have the same level of interest. This is quite cool, just from a sort of who, like, what is popular, what is not. Rogues have the least clicks out of... So Rogues are clearly the least played spec as a whole. Rogues appear to be the least played spec by quite some distance, actually. Not a single rogue spec has had over 1,000 people click through to it. Not a single one. Okay. You could use this data to choose which best-in-slot jewel crafting gems to focus on creating, along with Raider.io key data for popular specs. Yeah, I mean, you can read into a lot of this. You can read into it all you like, but it's quite interesting. Wouldn't that hurt their business of selling new expansions? The sale of a new expansion is just one revenue stream. They categorically, without doubt, make substantially more revenue from token sales than they do from expansion launches, without question. If that wasn't true, they wouldn't have tailored the game so aggressively in the last few years to promote tokens. it's you know, we don't need the data to be able to, you know, see through the veil. You can only see the bad rogues, folks. The other ones are stealthed. Well, what about feral druids? Oh yeah, I suppose it's the same with feral druids. Yeah, I suppose. Could be right. Could be right. Welcome in, Ginny. Good to see you again. Anyway, this has kind of set the forums alight a little bit. I'm not going to read too deep into the comments on this because they're probably about 500 pages long. But there's a real split. There's a real divide between people who are like, oh, okay, yeah, cool, I like this set, and so on and so on. And then, you know, people who think there were some people that even said, oh, that's very creative of you. And it's like, it couldn't be less creative if you tried. But like, there were also then the people who were like, this is just hella lazy. Why are you shaving off an entire tier of content again in favor of doing a fated season, which at least previously was kind of like quirky and busted and just a little bit silly? Instead of any of that, you're just like, oh yeah, we're just going to copy paste. We're just going to redo. I don't know. I want to be positive. I want to be positive about this sort of stuff. But Blizzard, you make it so difficult sometimes when you do boring things. Oh, sheesh. Seems to be lots of people seem to be looking forward to the Fated this time round. Yeah, I don't know why. Why would you be looking forward to doing the same season again? I don't know. I don't get it. I mean, I guess that's the mindset you're driven to, isn't it? Like, if you're heavy on Mythic Plus, you are just being trained every time you do a Mythic Plus. You're just being trained that repetitive action is fun, because it must be fun. Because otherwise, why would you be doing it? I guess. Drizzling Rose, welcome in. Good morning to you. I pressured my friends to play and now we can gear together. Yeah. Yeah, you must come and help me gear. Yep. Okay. Well, that was our brief overview of the news. Couple of hot fixes, whatever. Nothing that we really care about. Dare I wonder what the 104 comments. We learned nothing from Grimrealm Depot, so they're recycling both the transmog and the bonuses. Seems kinda lazy, no? Especially in a fated type season. Seems weird to me, or lazy, cheap, etc. And then the very next comment, neat. Why not let us have access to all 3 sets and let us pick what we want to wear? Because, you know, player agency and all that. It's pretty cool. I would add descriptions to make it easier to vote. Fated season is not an acceptable replacement for a full season. So lazy. No descriptions or images on the voting page, reusing art and already made data set bonuses, farming it as a fun community choice thing. You can tell season 4 will be fun. Disappointing, was hoping for ranked choice voting for 2 simultaneous sets. Imagine if you could run double 4 set like we could back in Sunwell. Yeah, see, this is the thing, right? If it's the last patch and you're not giving us a true content patch, do something silly. Do something busted. Do something broken. So many people have fond memories of corrupted gear because it was just busted. It was so stupid. Like you had Twilight Devastation just deleting the screen. It was just stupid. But stupid is often fun, as long as stupid is meant to be time gated and, you know, stupid ends now we go into the new expansion. Just do something silly. If you're not, you know, break the game for a couple of months. At that point, it doesn't matter because people have played it, people have done it. Like, let's get ready to move on, sort of thing. Do silly things. It's the best and only time you can get away with doing silly things. Because you know there's that hard reset coming. Cool in theory, but I can't seem to vote. Yeah, it's because you're on the wrong forums. Would be good if they add pictures or details, blah, blah, blah. So there's no new colours. We already have the transmog in game. You can easily farm Season 1 and 2 appearances from the Forbidden Reach and the Dream Surges. The gear from tokens convert to normal and heroic appearances. This is extremely lazy. That's actually very true. If you really care about having the transmog appearances for like all the different difficulties, you can technically already acquire those by just taking your tokens and converting them in the catalyst. Twilight Devastation was fun for melee. As range, it kind of sucked if you happened to face slightly wrong or it procced as the group died. Twilight Devastation was the tank one, wasn't it? There was the something stars, I can't remember what it was, that was more of the ranged classes foray. I can't remember exactly what they were, but I just remember it was just silly and it was just broken. And if you got like that was also at the point where perfectly tiered corrupted pieces weren't worth like hundreds of thousands. They were worth literally millions. It was actually stupid. There was a little known fact. Well, I don't know if it's little known. I know it. Some people know it. Probably not all that many people know it. But Magicus, who is often considered the richest World of Warcraft player, he's pretty much does nothing more than just sell out on his Twitter nowadays. He doesn't really produce any content, to my understanding. But one of the ways he made vast quantities of his gold back in the days was trading trading BIS corrupted gear, buying it from realms for like 50 to 100k and then selling it for like 5 million a piece. That's how he then also gave away like, didn't he give away like 50 longboys or something stupid? I can't remember. Yeah, it seems to be that the general consensus is this is pretty lazy. Now, obviously, for the kind of person who is going to keyboard rage on a Wowhead post is also equally maybe not your average player. You can literally already do this by transmogging Season 1 into Season 3. It's the same thing. Give access to all three tier sets and implement a Ring of Royal Grandeur Legendary. Hasn't been done before, right? More importantly, I wonder how much just trolling there'll be of the votes on this. All it takes is one, you know, hardcore, loyal survival hunter streamer to turn around and just completely obliterate the votes in their favor. And then all of a sudden you've got like 80% of the hunters in the world are just like, what's this? This is how we get, you know, Boaty McBoatface. You ask the internet to poll on something. It's risky business in the first place. I obviously assume they are not going to be, they are not strictly going to be held to the results that the votes bring in. It should be considered feedback, I would imagine, but this is super cool. I was worried I'd be stuck with the current Fury set until the next expansion, which is awful and I hate. But it looks like Season 2 Fury might be on the menu again. Hype. You have to be a new player to have that opinion though, right? You have to. I can't imagine... Hang on, this is also interesting. Where is... I don't like searching Twitter on stream because Twitter's a cesspool of craziness. Did World of Warcraft not poll on Twitter a few days ago, how long have you been playing World of... Yes! Look at this. You know how you know that it is nothing but boomers that play World of Warcraft, right? In case you haven't seen this, don't spoil it. But Blizzard put out a tweet saying how many years have you been playing? And they gave the options, less than 3, 3 to 10, 11 to 18, and all 19 of them. Look at the results of this. Look at the results of this, right? This goes to show the percentage of like relatively new players to retail is tiny. This is people who joined during Shadowlands is basically what that's saying. Joined during Shadowlands and is still about. Less than 7% of the votes are people who have like been passionate about the game recently. This is not healthy. This is not healthy for a game, by the way. This is not healthy for anything. This shows that the population of your players have played over the average player. You can actually go as far as to say that the average player in World of Warcraft, because it's more than 50%, the average player has played this game for over a decade. That's bonkers. Of course it is. It's the boomers that have the money. Unless you're trying to buy a house. But yeah, you're not wrong. It goes to show that it used to be a game that was focused at like late teenagers who played World of Warcraft. Oh, it's a kid's game. Now it's people in their 30s, predominantly. Predominantly, it's people in their 30s that are playing this game. And there comes a point, right, where, dare I say it, although the gaming, I've thought this for a while, and you can sort of justify this when you look at sort of the popular people on YouTube, look at the popular people on Twitch. The average age of the popular streamers and popular YouTubers is rising. It's most definitely rising. So, I mean, there is obviously... gaming is not something you do just as a kid anymore, right? And I think most people's perception of gaming is something that is a legitimate hobby. It's a legitimate job even for people way past their child years, way into adulthood. But I still do feel that as it stands at the moment, the upper threshold is sort of 40, 50 sort of age. There's not really many people above that sort of age that are relatively active playing games. I don't feel, this is a feeling, this is an opinion, I'm very sure some of you here now even fall into that higher age category. But there is definitely a drop-off though at a certain age point, because IRL kind of does tend to catch up with you eventually. You know, you progress in your career, you start a family, all of these things are what are naturally going to, you know, they take away your ability to do hobbies, whatever your hobby. You know, you collect stamps, you ride a horse, you play video games. Your amount of time you get to dedicate to like hobbies and interests gets diminished at a point. So World of Warcraft generally has a problem on their hands where if the average age of everybody playing their game is somewhere in the region of sort of, 30 plus, how long is it going to be before all of these people, just by virtue of the real world being the real world, check out? There's nothing coming to back it up. Nothing at all. Absolutely nothing turning up, backing it up. I know this is how long you've played and not ages, but you can kind of correlate the same. Being able to retain people playing their game for that long is impressive. But it goes to show that the ability to retain was predicated 5 years, 10 years ago. Their ability to do it now is terrible. I don't think that their ability to hold new players... This is why they can sell expansions really well, but 3 months later the game feels dead. Because they can sell 10 million copies of a game while it's hype and it's front page of Twitch and there's like a bunch of marketing goes out for it. They can sell 10 million copies, but 3 months later, 8 million of those people have unsubscribed. Their ability to retain, I think, is shockingly poor. And I think it has been for a long time now. And it's only people that have played the game for so long that they are both financially invested in the game and have, it's just so much of a routine for them to play World of Warcraft that something would have to come along that's absolutely amazing to persuade them otherwise. I'm in a Facebook group for the age 50 plus WoW players and there's nearly 6,000 members. It's good going. It's good going. For me, WoW is kind of like your favourite band from when you were a teen. Most of the 90s bands are still on tour. Yeah, flipping Blink-182 just don't disappear, do they? They quit and then they come back again a few years ago. It's the same sort of theory. But it's I thought that was very interesting to show just how small amount of the people who play World of Warcraft currently are relatively new to the game. The vast majority have been around forever. We're part of the furniture in most cases now. Anyway, I've been yapping for so long that I've got logged out and I still haven't reposted those auctions. The way they're going now with total sellout, they're gonna lose players, not gain any new. Well, this is why I think they diversify their offering now, because under the Warcraft brand, you have retail, you have classic era, you have Wrath of the Lich King, which will have, soon to be Cataclysm. You have Hardcore currently. Hardcore's getting a new mode. We have Season of Discovery currently that has got another 6 months, 9 months life in it. They've vastly diversified your offerings. So as long as you are playing one of those, they don't care because you're a customer at that point, right? Whereas previously, if you didn't play retail, you played Call of Duty or Minecraft. You actually left the franchise completely. The second retail bored you, you left the franchise completely. You stopped being a customer. Now, when you stop being a retail customer, many people just become a classic customer, which is ultimately the same thing either way. And, they still win. They've still got your subscription. After watching Zeppler, MTQ Capture, Arthur Savox, Zekai Asmongold, blah, blah, people, YouTube's recommended me my stream. It's actually quite nice to know that YouTube is recommending streams. Because that's one thing that I've had sort of thoughts about whether YouTube really does. Because I personally don't get recommended very many, if any, live streams on YouTube. And I live on the damn platform. And have a wide variety of people I watch on YouTube. So it's somewhat positive to know that YouTube recommendations do kind of do their thing, and I'm happy that I'm at the end of it. I suppose. Have to play retail forever now. I accidentally bought a Rumble bundle over Christmas. Got to feed that addiction now. I need to buy a new phone because of that goddamn game. Rumble is absolutely nuked the battery on my phone. I mean, my phone is probably just at, that age. Your phone goes past a certain point. You ever notice this with mobile phones? Your battery is like super strong, super muscular. You charge your battery and it's like, grr, we got like 2 days in us. And then overnight, for some reason, it seems to just crap out its own liver, and all of a sudden it doesn't last 6 hours. I don't know what it is about batteries in phones, but my phone has crossed that threshold and now it's fucking useless. I would like to blame it on I'd like to blame it on Warcraft Rumble, but I don't think it truly is. I think it's just past its sell-by date. So, yeah, I'm going to ask you guys for recommendations on new phones at some point. Like men in their 40s, some might say. Possibly. And if you don't crap out your liver, you drink it into oblivion. No, it's the opposite, right? Men get better with age. Definitely the case. We age like fine wines. Can't even be mad about Retail Season 4 being boring, since Season of Discovery turned out way more fun for me than I expected. You see, this is it. They got you, right? They got you. You care less about the bad practices that are happening in, one end of the world, if they can distract you with something interesting on the other end. I think that's kind of the, that's all part of the business plan. That is by choice. Hairline sure isn't aging like wine, though. Yeah, true. Can confirm. It's kind of a bit of a meme, though, isn't it? That all males that play World of Warcraft eventually go bald. So, embrace it. That's what I say. Just go with the flow. Not even level 25 in Season of Discovery. They're advancing the cap in a month. Well, you actually, trust me when I say, you don't actually want there to be huge amounts of time when you sit at level 25, because the long and short of it is that there isn't a huge amount for you to do when you do get 25. You will spend roughly the same. There's about, however long it takes you to get 25, there's about the same amount of time that you can spend once you are 25. Before you've done the dungeons a few times, got the few bits of loot, maybe you've done the raid a few times, maybe you've, quested and got yourself some gold and that sort of stuff. It's about equal, right? Your leveling time and your at level 25 time is about the same before you start looking at any, to thinking that, okay, maybe I'll level an alt or something. Season of Discovery appears to have a shelf life of about 50 hours, I think, for a single character. Seems about right for me. The shampoo savings are great, though. I guess, in theory. Get the Head and Shoulders shares are going through the roof. The updates to craft sims on point, especially with crafts that have many ranks of materials like Elemental Harmony. I did get told yesterday that craft sims had some updates, but I have yet to look into them and see what they are. Maybe we'll have a little bit of a look in a bit once we actually do some more crafting at some point. I do want to finish off what we started yesterday, which is sort of min-maxing my alchemy guide, or putting the foundations in place for a proper alchemy guide. I got some way with it yesterday. I've actually determined what the 1 to 100 path in true optimal fashion is, with options and stuff included. And I've even started updating the... the actual... I've started updating the cheat sheet as well to show the full path, indicating where the easy mode finishes. So like part 1 ends here, 57 to 100 may contain some optional steps, and then sort of planning out the path all the way to 100. And then what I also want to actually do along with this is in each of the sheets, in each of the profession sheets, I want this to have this maths and calculation area. I think I'm going to nuke it because I don't think really anybody is going to use it for that. I'm going to nuke this section, and this is going to be like this is what you should do. This is what you need to have done. This is like your checklist of shit to do, right? With Alchemy, right? So this is where you get your profession tools. This is where your knowledge points come from, and these are probably where you should prioritize spec points or something. You know, just like a true tick list almost for your professions. Make sure you've done these. Now I know it's quite a lot of people will consider this late in the expansion to be doing this, but as I mentioned earlier, I should have done this a long time ago. I just didn't. Starting a profession from scratch is such a chore in Dragonflight. Well, there's a lot. I actually realised there's a lot you need to know, and I kind of took that for granted because I knew it, if that makes sense, right? I took it for granted just how much you need to understand and know what to do, by virtue of the fact that I'd done it a bunch of times and knew what the crack was. But you are right. For anybody that hadn't done it, there is a mountain of stuff you need to do to pick up a profession nowadays. You need to get your profession. You need to level it. Obviously, you need to level your profession to 100, which realistically is done in 2 parts. You need to level to 50-ish quickly. Then you need to know how to get from 50 to 100 without it taking months or without you having to rely entirely on work orders. So kind of leveling the profession in and of itself is in 2 parts nowadays. You then need to get your profession tools in order, which mostly is going to require you getting access to a whole bunch of artisan's metal, which if it's a brand new character, you probably don't have any. Alternatively, you need to understand that you can actually buy somebody else's artisan's metal, but don't be a dick, put a good commission in. You also then need to know that there are one-time treasures in every single zone, which actually amount to quite a lot of knowledge points in the first place. Where are they? What are they? How many of them are there? You then need to remember that there's your profession master that you just go to, speak to. Hey presto, bish bash bosh. There's some free knowledge points. Then you need to look at getting yourself a bunch of the recipes, of which most of them are hidden behind factions. Each and every profession predominantly has two factions that you care about. There are often recipes hidden behind those 2 factions. Whether you care about those recipes or not is neither here nor there. You should probably still get them. And then you got to actually craft stuff. So there's a huge, great big laundry list of stuff that you need to do to pick up a profession. And if you haven't played the games since Dragonflight's launch, it's very easy to not know some of those steps. Or, because ignorance is bliss, right? If you don't know those steps exist, you don't know that you need to do them unless somebody tells you need to do them. But then all of a sudden you're like, why am I so massively behind X, Y, or Z when it comes to professions? And then you realise there's 7 steps of things you haven't done. And it's like, oh, Jesus. Got to get back to doing those feasts. The pocket thingies are up to 68k a piece. Sheesh. It's interesting to me, just how valuable those have maintained throughout the entire expansion. Yeah, banging out the feast every week on a bunch of characters is probably worth your time. I know the drop rate on the alchemical flavor pocket's not great, but it's good enough that if you've got some alts, you probably should be doing it, because, you know, it might be 68k, and I shit you not, they will sell at 68k as well, right? A bunch of those things sell every day. Kind of want to rearrange my professions around on my toons. It's not worth. Honestly, it's not worth. It's way less important nowadays to have the right professions on the right characters than it ever has been. It's just really not worth. It's the kind of thing that you are probably best off doing at the beginning of an expansion. When everything is new and you've got kind of this full reset, that's probably when you're like, okay, if I want to now put mining on this character, or I want to put blacksmithing on this character, then maybe do it then, because you can slowly work on it, and you can work on it with the new system as you go. But if you start doing it now, you're just straight up, like, you're just doubling your workload if you try and do it now. As a weave cooldown is good profit these days too, at least on the EU. Very surprised to see this. Is the Azerweave the one that makes the bags, or the one that makes the reagent bags? Is it Azerweave or is it Chronocloth that... whichever is the one that makes the generic bags, I think is probably quite profitable. Because I remember one of the cloths is definitely more worth than the other, and I can't remember which one it is. The amount of it that floods into actually making gear almost doesn't affect the price from what I've seen. It's, you know, one of them makes bags, one of them makes reagent bags. And most people are more keen on, or at least you will sell, in theory, 4 times as many bags, right? Because somebody will come along and they'll just buy 4. I mean, I've got lightless silk pouches still, but somebody will come along and they'll just buy 4 bags in one go. They're only ever going to buy 1 reagent bag, which does have an effect on the price, I think. Right, this dude though is done. This dude is done. Time to jump back on Bombcorn, my new fresh level 70 hunter. Because of course it's a hunter. So you think people buy only 1 reagent bag? I've seen people buy 3 or 5 of them. Well, I guess people can. People can do stupid things. There's no denying that. Stupid people do stupid things. Factual information. How do I still have 3? Oh, I didn't press a button. Right, where did we get to with this dude? With my alchemy. Yeah, I got to 65, and then I decided that there isn't actually anything better to do from 65 to 100 than do your basic vial experimentations. Unless you've got the deepest pockets in history and want to buy this recipe, which is 100k. So, e.g., people don't. Now I'm playing 400 of those doobity-doobs. Oh, this is what I wanted to try out, because I've never actually bothered to do this, because I had completed most of my professions before this was really overly necessary to do. For alchemy, do I already have something that is work order bait? Or do I actually need to go and get this recipe first? Sustaining alchemical stone. 400 of those currency doodahs. Do we get any of those for free? We do. And we get this from the Valdrakken Quartermaster. Because one thing I actually wanted to do is, for two reasons. I want to figure out exactly the logistics of doing it. Secondly, I want to get some video footage of it. Is the class trial cheese. The class trial cheese, I think, is something more people should know about. Dragonelle supplies. Yeah, sure, that one. This now means technically I can take work orders for sustaining alchemy stones. I wouldn't, under normal circumstances, expect there to be many orders for this, if any orders for this at all, since I just don't suspect there would be. But what it does mean is if we can get some easy sparks on an alt, we can place some orders for ourselves, and we get 3 skill points each time we do it. So what's the maths on that? 65 to 100 is 35 levels. So we would need 12, assuming this stays plus 3 all the way to 100, we would need 12 work orders to get from 65 to 100. This seems to assume that there's a crafting cost of 3,000 gold. That's predominantly, I would imagine, 6 of these. We can probably do this cheaper than that, right? Surely, what's taking up all of the cost here? 300 gold. Oh, a primal convergence always expensive. What's a cheap primal convergent nowadays? Oh. Okay, they're always 300 gold apiece. Well, not really surprising considering what goes into them. So 4 times that. Okay, that's 1,200 gold right there. That's probably why. Okay. Probably 2,000. You can probably squeeze these materials out for 2,000 gold apiece as it stands right now. So 2,000 gold apiece times 12 work orders is 36,000 gold. Yeah. So that's the potential cost to you to cheese this. Is this one? Yeah, this one is substantially cheaper to do due to the fact it uses Omnium Draconis instead of... Yeah, this is substantially cheaper. So actually, you want this recipe instead. Because then 12 of these is like 12k, right? Does mean you need to go over to the Inaran Plains to get the recipe. No biggie. Let's do that, because this is a test character. I don't care. Pots of power can get expensive. Not if you buy rank 1s. That's kind of the trick with that. Because you're not doing this to make top quality versions of these. So you're just going to buy the cheapest, right? So elemental potions of power, rank 1s. 40 gold apiece. That's not actually going to get that bad, is it? When you think about it. Okay, you need 12, but like that's still only like 500 gold. 500 gold for these. A few hundred gold for these. Yeah, this is and like I said, the main thing is the fact that Omnium Draconis is just Draconize. You can get cheap ones of these really on the cheap. rank 1s and 2s of these are practically free in comparison to Primal Convergence. These are always going to be expensive. So if you can get the trinket that uses the cheap stuff, that's probably the route to go. So if we go... could get that one instead. Where's the quartermaster for this? We're going... oh, look, we're going in the right direction already. That'll do. Then you'd make a class trial character. This is the cheese, right? You make a class trial character that starts at level 60. But you can go and get 5 Season 1 sparks for free on a class trial character. And you can use that class trial character to place orders with your alchemist, which you can then fill. Obviously, the alchemist covers the materials. The class trial provides nothing but the spark. And you do that, and you gain your 3 skill points each and every time. And you cheese this to 100. That is the trick, I believe. I say I believe because I've not actually done it personally myself, which is why I'm doing it now, just to see how it works in reality. I like to see things with my own eyes. One thing I'm not sure of is if you have to use, if it requires a second account to do it. I don't think it does. I think you can use a class trial on the same account. I don't think that should have any restriction, but it might, because Blizzard does Blizzard things. I'm also not entirely sure just how quickly that class trial can get the sparks. I'm assuming it can just fly straight to Valdrakken and do it, but...
have you eaten?
Like I said, that's an assumption that I'm not sure of. Alchemy stone. Boom. Get in my belly.
Farewell.
So that one, much cheaper. Much cheaper crafting cost. Yet still will give 3 skill points all the way up. I think, and I believe this will give 3 skill points all the way up to 100. I'm pretty sure it... Wowhead claims it does. But once again, I like to see things with my own eyes because I don't entirely trust things like Wowhead. Also, the reason why this works quite well with the rest of the alchemy leveling guide is because we actually made some elemental potions of power to get here in the first place. One of the optimal ways of getting to 65 in the first place requires you to make a bunch of these. So if we then have instantly some use for them, that kind of kills 2 birds with 1 stone. We can make some more of these for ourselves if we need to be, or just buy the other materials. The potions of frozen focus. Do we have the recipe for these? Potion of frozen fatality. No. So we would... only if you'd got lucky with your potion experimentations would you be able to make those yourself. Yeah, okay. Also, what I want to do in my little guide is tell people exactly what they need to do to get their 3 best in slot profession tools. I also want to take a little bit of a look at these things. One of the crucial reasons for many on getting to skill 100 relatively quickly is that it will allow you to have access to all 3 of these. Do you still need skill? Yeah, you need at least 75 to unlock the last Spectre. So you absolutely want to at least do something to get to 75, so you get at least this. Whether you choose to go all the way to 100 or not is kind of up to you. But that would be 10 experimentations, because this goes yellow at 80, I think. Stops being guaranteed at 80. Experimentation, yeah, it goes yellow at 80. So 10 experimentations is bare minimum to get to 75. You obviously want to have this on cooldown as much as you can, because you want to do this anyway. But if you are impatient, yeah, it is impatient, right? If you just want 100 as fast as possible, you're gonna have to do some cheese with the trinkets. Am I flying in the right direction even? Where's Valdrakken gone? No, I'm going completely off kilter. Sorry, what are we going for? Nothing particularly. This character's not going to have alchemy for any longer than probably the end of the day. I'm just trying to optimize my leveling path and then, like, profession guide for alchemy. Over the next few days, I'm probably going to be doing this for all of the different professions, making sure that I've got, like, true optimal guide available. A one-stop solution. And then I want to put a little something together for bare basic leveling path for here. 50 points in alchemical theory is a strong contender for your first points. If you plan to go the Dracothist route, you are going to want 20 points in transmutation. You are going to want 30 points in resourcefulness pretty quickly. You are going to want probably 30 points in Aspiring Ambience as well. So 30, 60, 100. Your first 110 points probably go here, giving you resourcefulness, inspiration, and flat skill. Is there not something that gives you stacking multicraft when crafting reagents and incenses, but not everything else? This is sort of spec specific. Yeah, so 30 points over here. Inspiration has no use for Dracothists. I mean, it does, but I mean, you obviously want 20 points in transmutation as your #1 priority. As the resourcefulness bonus is critical to turning a profit with Dracothists and transmutes in general, which would require 10 points in here, then 20 points. So you're if you plan on using doing Dracothist cooldowns, your first 30 should be 10 in here and then 20 in here. But then you should fill out these 3 nodes in the rest of the tree, probably before you put any points anywhere else, because these are flat, generic across the board bonuses. Then you pick potions, or then you pick vials, and you just fill the tree from there. At that point on, it's just collect points, fill the tree. The optimization doesn't really matter that much. What use does inspiration have for Dracothists? I mean, it doesn't, but your alchemist you're probably going to do all of this for the reasoning of, you know, sure, you prioritize making Dracothists, but you still absolutely want inspiration as much as you possibly can, because whenever you are crafting anything else with the profession, procking higher quality stuff is going to be critical. no, it has no real value for the purpose of Dracothists, but there's a lot more to alchemy than just Dracothists. It depends where your priority lies with leveling alchemy. If you're only leveling alchemy solely for the purpose of Dracothists, then you only ever need 30 knowledge points, realistically. You put 10 in here and you put 20 in here and you're ready to go. Your resourcefulness, probably 30 in here for the resourcefulness is also your next play, but this is definitely a very, very, very high priority node. Obviously, you then got to get your tools and everything else. Like I said, it's based upon what you want, what you're actually going for. This is why writing a guide for the professions is kind of not being as straightforward this expansion, because you're like, okay, there are some things you definitely want to do. You definitely want to fill this bar. You definitely want your 2 profession accessories. Then your profession tool, you probably want to make 3 of them, or you might only want to make 1 of them if you're focusing on just one thing. If you're only doing Dracothists, you probably want, I would assume, multicraft as your priority on your tool. But of course, if you're going to do anything else with the profession, resourcefulness tool might not be a terrible idea, and then probably 3rd priority is an inspiration tool, I would guess, for alchemy. I haven't run the numbers. It's like a priority system more than anything else, and same with the spec trees, that you want to probably prioritize anything that benefits Dracothists to begin with, but then once you've got the bare basic in place, then where do you go? Well, my suggestion is fill out the generic stuff first, your inspiration node, your resourcefulness node, fill out the alchemical theory node as a general, and then dive into whichever is your more preferred route and fill one of these trees out one at a time. But by that point, you're deep into it, and you can be doing your Dracothist thing all the same. Right, so I'm now ready to receive work orders for these trinkets. Let's go and just out of pure curiosity, what are the chances that there's already one there? Slim to absolute none, but let's have a look all the same. No, of course it's just Dracothists. But yeah, what we want to do now is cheese some orders for this one. Would be the preferred route. So that's more work orders than I've ever seen. So what we now do is we create a new character. We select class trial. We select a class trial. Let's go. It doesn't matter what we go. Or does it matter what we go? No, it probably doesn't matter what we go. Class trial. These start at level 60. Spark. Slave. What? Okay, sure. We're going to go BM. Class trial. Now we should, in theory, be able to just fly straight. Where do we start? Do we start? We surely don't start in Valdrakken, right? Where do we start as a class trial? I cannot remember the last time I made a class trial character.
Here is the hero I spoke
of. The fact that we're right here.
Of the Horde, the Dragon Isles have awakened and beckon the dragonflights home.
Makes me believe that we are able to go straight ahead.
Spirits.
Yeah, cinematic. Yeah, great.
Hail, adventurer. I shall help you prepare for the Dragon Isles.
You have your orders.
Can
Keep
we
an eye out
not...
for anything interesting.
Can we not... I can come and take these in a minute. I'm just wondering, can we not just fly straight there? Oh, I'm missing half me bars. Flipping now. Put that there for now. Options. Considering your class trial starts at 60, I'm quite sure we should just be able to take the portal to Valdrakken straight away, right? I don't think we need to do those prerequisite quests at all. Zuna, Oribos, Valdrakken. Take the portal straight to Valdrakken. Portal to Valdrakken. Then we hop straight back on our mount again. And we go over to the engine doodah face. And we should, practically within 30 seconds, have 5 sparks at our disposal. A trial class character has 15 gold to play with. Where's it gone? Here it is. We should, in theory, be able to come here and go, hello, I have proved myself already. Skip the quests and unlock the engine of innovation.
See you around, friend.
Greetings, mortal.
5 bottled essence. Boom.
Stand strong. You have
1,
proven yourself
2,
worthy.
3,
And with
4,
that, my
5.
purpose is at an end.
Magic.
Though if you should ever
Now
leave
we
my
take those sparks to the crafting order section. We might need to send ourselves a few gold to finish this, to place all 5 orders. I wonder if we actually do. What comes in our goodie bag as a class trial? Nothing when I'm mounted, apparently. You cannot do that on a class trial. Fucking hell. Okay, well, why'd you give it to me then, Blizzard? Alright, fine. What we should be able to do is come along here and then go stone. This one. We go have a spark. And we go personal order. And we send it to Bombcorn. And we go 1 silver. Okay, it's going to cost us 5 gold to place each order. And as a class trial, we only get 15. So we can only place 3 orders. How do we... Can I send gold to a class trial character? The item is currently unusable and will bind when picked up. Are you sure you want to place this order? Yes. We do it again. And we do it again. Now we're at gold. Yeah, I still have 2 sparks. Can I vendor any of this? Dare you to make 1 public just to see if somebody else beats you to doing it? No. Okay, so you're also likely gonna need to send your
Good to be of service.
your character 10 gold as well to fulfill these orders. Do a single race quest. That also works. Can you do world... no, because... yeah, probably. Probably. I don't know if that works on a class trial. Okay, so you can send gold to a class trial. I'm just trying to figure out where the restrictions are in this, if there are at all. Or whether it is just an easy cheese. Easy cheese. Cool.
Right, straight to business.
Have a spark. Personal order. 1. Go. Do it again. Boom. So there's your 5 orders.
A wise choice.
Now log back over to the Alchemist. It's a bit of legwork, mind, but there's often a bit of legwork with any cheesy, clever use of game mechanics. So 3 skill points each. That should be 15 skill points in total. We're going to need some mats to fulfill the rest of those orders. What did we need to make that thing?
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
This one, right? Yeah. So we need 15 times 5. What's 15 times 5? Smart people. 75. 75 Omnium Draconis this is. 75 for now. Glowing Titan Orbs. We need 5 of these. Elemental Potions of Power. We already have them from the leveling process. And Potions of Frozen Focus. We can buy the cheap shit because we don't care. 12 times 5 is what, 62?
If you find anything exotic,
That should be enough to fill those 5 orders, if my maths is correct. Crafting orders, personal orders, ta-da! Start order. Create. Yep. Bingo. First time craft bonus, knowledge, complete order. And it gave us 3 skill points. Gee whiz hallelujah. So, in theory, I'm probably not going to do this all the way to 100 because there's not really all that need to. But for the purpose of demonstration, that is how you do it. $71, $74. we should hit 77. Now doing it on at least one character is going to get you past the point of 75 skill points to unlock your final tree as well. Some professions, the last one unlocks at 100, but do you get points for recrafting? Start order, create, go. I'm not sure. 80. Recrafting's going to dip into your artisan's metal, which in the early days of being an alchemist is way more important for you to be using on your on experimentations, not on doing recrafts for cheese, since you can always just make another class trial to cheese more points. Shall I just go get some more potions of frozen focus just for testing purposes?
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Let's buy another. How many did we need? I don't know. Let's just buy another 50. I don't care. Oh, flipping Noru stole me long boy. Christ on a bicycle. I imagine you probably do get a point for a recraft, but probably not 3 points like you would do for crafting it new, which is why the spark cheese is probably the way to go.
You would ask something of me.
And like I said, especially since you kind of want to prioritize using your, at this point, very limited amount of artisan's metal somewhere more important.
There is a universal justice.
But I'll do a recraft just to see. I mean, this trick, of course, can be applied to any of the professions, right? This is just a generic thing. You can use class trials to get free sparks to craft yourself your own gear. Obviously, you've got to cover the cost of the materials, so choose something that's cheap, but the theory still applies. 80. No, I didn't get a skill point for doing a recraft, leading me to believe that you shouldn't do it. You should just craft multiple ones and make a new class trial when you run out of sparks on the original class trial. Can I, in theory now, will it let me just delete that class trial? Or will it say I've got things in the mail, for example? Poof, and it's gone. You don't even need to log back onto that character and open the mail. You just repeat the process again. Create new character. Class trial. Go. BM. Go. Long time no see. How did the hosting Christmas feast go? It was alright, you know. It was alright. It was less stressful than I expected. Christmas is one of those times that in Finland is very busy for some reason. There's always something going on, somebody doing something, something's happening. So there's no time to, you don't have time to be stressed, which is kind of quite cool in its weird kind of way.
And beckon the dragon flights home. Meet me in Orgrimmar, where I am about to present the aspects invitation to the Horde Council.
Now, there is obviously some prerequisites that you've done, that you are not doing this on your very first character, but if you are doing it on your very first character, you'll have to do it the slow and steady way. Cheese is only available if you've done all of this before. But the fact that it works so quickly and so flawlessly is actually quite nice. Go back, get our sparks.
Yo.
Speak to dude, skip the quests.
I shall test your
Engine of Innovation, complete quest. Bish bash bosh.
Worthy. And with that, my purpose is at an end.
Oh, I didn't send myself 10 gold either, did I? Can you do a world quest, for example? No. I don't have world quests unlocked because you're only level 60 and you haven't done the intro quests. So the easiest thing to do is just to send yourself 10 gold. Okay, I'm quite pleasantly surprised just how easy this is. In a world where they've tried to make crafting as more complex than is arguably necessary, this cheese is spicy. So, even though it technically takes, a bit of time to do all this jiggery pokery, you can feasibly level Alchemy from 1 to 100 in one sitting. With the obviously, there's a couple of assumptions here that you have. Why does my dragon riding not work anymore? Oh, because I ran out of vigor. There's a couple of assumptions that you... I suppose you can do it in one sitting, assuming the fact that you already have the ability to these trinket recipes. You might need to grind out... The process is actually a touch longer if you need to grind out the rep to get the trinket recipe. You need to get to renown 14, which you could technically do, and you might possibly already be well on your way, depending on how you leveled that character in the first place. If you boost the character, if the character is a level 70 boost, then you'll have the reputation for free, because it gives you level 20 reps. If you haven't boosted the character, and you've leveled via questing, there's a good chance that you'll have, like, most of the rep required anyway. You might just need to go back and do some more quests to hit I think, does anybody know with the 200% experience boost, if you level from 60 to 70 via questing in a more traditional way, what sort of renowned level you ding 70 on? It's probably 10-ish, isn't it? 10 to 12, I'd imagine. Meaning that most players shouldn't need to do too much more. Obviously, if you've, you know, dungeon grinded or had the character like AFK boosted or something, then you've got more work to do, but at that point you probably should.
Looking for something in particular?
I have an alchemist with level 100 dragonflight alchemy and 88 knowledge points. What tree should I choose? Alchemical. Well, you want to do. Give me 2 minutes. Let me log back onto my alchemist, and I'll show you exactly. It's easier to show you than try and tell you, if that makes sense. Let me bang these through a few times. Nope, that's the wrong one. What's not right here? Not enough gold? Why do I not have enough gold for this?
These goods will serve you well.
Why did sending 10 gold this time end up not being enough? Oh, I know why. I know why, because I didn't do that first quest back in Orgrimmar. Okay. Sure. Alright, sure. One more trip. As a hoarder, I probably have enough tokens just to click my way to Renown 14, but joined late, what are we trying to do? Oh, I'm just min-maxing the alchemy leveling path to pad out my leveling guide. Well, my goal for January is to redo my profession leveling guides as they could be better. And by this point in the expansion, should be better. But also, I want to then make sure that it's a more one-stop guide for, you know, if you pick up alchemy, do this, right? And as long as you've done this, you'll be on the right path. That's kind of the goal, right? So once you've leveled to 100, what do you need to do to get your tools? Once you've got your tools and accessories, what do you need to do to get your first handful of knowledge points? Where are the hidden knowledge points or the one-time knowledge points for your profession? Go here, 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 and here. En route, go speak to this dude for some freebies, you know, this sort of stuff. A more sort of all-inclusive guide for each of the professions, more than just the leveling. I might split it into two. I might have the 1 to 100 leveling as a video, and then this is what you do next sort of thing.
Have a look around.
But what I'm basically doing now is just testing my own theories to see exactly how it plays out in reality.
A satisfactory arrangement.
I got level mine, got so many knowledge points by dumping metal into experimentation. Might not have been the best method, but it was super fun. Well, that's the slow and steady way to do it. This is more for the sweaty individuals that just want to be level 100 in alchemy as fast as possible. There is a way to get to 100 as fast as possible, but you know, there's a few more steps involved. Arguably, the recommended way to do it is to just press this button many times. Admittedly, what you'll probably find as an alchemist in the early days is what you actually struggle with is artisan's metal to press this button in the first place. Because you probably, to go from what was level 56 all the way up to 100, you probably have to press this button close to 75 times, something along those lines. Now, the amount of artisan's metal you need to do that, obviously you get some of it back if you learn something and you can get your first time craft done. You can get some easy artisan's metal that way. Or you want to go out, pick up the one-time treasures, you want to do your weeklies for the first week, that sort of thing. Get as many knowledge points as you can that way, because every knowledge point is 5 metal. But there's definitely ways to power zerg your way to 100 pretty quickly. Probably quicker than pressing this, because obviously, you know, every time you go boom, you got to wait, what is it, like 4 hours before you can press the button again even, so... Options. This is what was by design a thing, right? You know, when they made these professions, it's that, you know, once you hit a certain point, sort of 50-ish, then you can go one of a few different routes, depending on how you want to do it. I'm going to need some more mats to do these, aren't I? Let's go buy the materials to make 5 more of those. That will put me, in theory, this should take me all the way to 95 skill points.
Take all the time you need.
Trinket, it was this one. No, it wasn't, it was this one. So I need 5 more of these. I need these times, what did we say this was, 75? Elemental potions of power, I have some already. I have enough for 12, 24. I have enough for nearly 4, actually. What did I need? Like 62 of these or something? So I need 17? Is that right? I don't know. Let's buy 17 and see what happens. And then 60 potions of frozen focus. And of course, you can get away with buying the cheap ones.
I knew you would like my wares.
And obviously, if by this point you'd actually got your tools, you'd be getting resourcefulness procs and, you know, you'd be saving materials that way, but, you know. Powering is usually not optimal. Powering is fast. That's the point of it. But the critical thing for me is that these are still giving 3 skill points every time we do it. And that doesn't change. I didn't even loot the shit out of the mailbox, did I? Oops. Professional dum-dum. I will get back to the spectres in a minute. I haven't forgotten. I'll, let me get to a convenient stopping point. So, we go bish, bash, bosh. Check we're getting 3 skill points every time. Bish, bash, bosh. 86. Yep. Bish, bash, bosh. 89. $92. And the last one. Bish, bash, bosh. 95. Genius. So now I need to make a 3rd class trial and do 2 more work orders to actually get this to 100. I'm probably not going to bother doing that now, but it just proves a point that you can get all the way to 100 by doing that way. And obviously, at this point, past 90, your basic experimentation is going to be green, meaning there's only a low chance of gaining a skill point every time you press the button. So this last bit becomes really grindy when you are basically not getting any points ever. So 3 guaranteed points is definitely worth the time and effort doing. And what was it like 1,000 gold for each one of these, and we've crafted 10 so far. We need 2 more. 12,000 gold of mats to get from 65 to 100 is, in my opinion, a bit of a bargain by today's standards anyway. Have you redone the profession guides? Which one is next? Well, I'm working on it. I've only just started. I planned to do this in December, but Season of Discovery turned up and that distracted me all December. So I'm doing it now instead. I'm starting with Alchemy. It's going to be a bit of a slow burn over the next few weeks, I imagine, because of course next week we got 10.2.5 launching, so that will distract me for a while. And I want to fully test the leveling, then script a video, get the footage for a video, make the video, update the cheat sheet. You know, it's going to take me a few days to do each profession, so it'll take me a couple of weeks to do all of them. But my plan for January is to work through these slowly but surely. I don't know which one's next. I haven't chose a next profession. To come back to the question earlier, though, about where would you put your first spec points with Alchemy, my suggestion is 10 points in alchemical theory. That gives you the ability to unlock another node. Then I would fill your transmutation node with 20 points. So your first 30 should probably go in this direction, just because most people who are going to level an alchemist will probably have $ in their eyes because of Jacothis transmutes. So that's something that's probably high priority for most alchemists. At least as it stands now anyway. So putting 30 points in there will get your transmute up and running, and allow you to stack up to 10 charges, more importantly, really. What you then probably want to do is finish filling out alchemical theory, which will take an additional 40 points. You probably want to put 30 points into resourcefulness. And finally from there you probably want to put 30 points in inspiring ambience. You want to pretty much fill out these 4 nodes as your first priority. That's going to be 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 100, your first 130 points, which should be achievable in your first day or so of having alchemy, realistically. I can't imagine it'll take that long to get 130 points. Your next step from this is obviously to get your profession tools. Your next step from that is to go and get the one-time knowledge points. Then you want to do the weekly, make sure you've cleared your weekly knowledge points, dirt piles, killing the mobs, doing the quests, that sort of thing. I reckon 130 knowledge points to fill out these 4 nodes within your first week of leveling that alchemist is probably feasible for most, I would guess. Then you just pick one of these, whichever one of these you want, and you just go to town on these. But the reason these are more important is because these give you generic stats, right? This gives you resourcefulness on anything that you're crafting that resourcefulness applies. If you start putting points over here, this will only affect you when you craft potions, for example. It's sort of specialized stats. This is generic stats. You want to get your generic stats first, because they apply to then any time you press the craft button. Dragonflight crafting is, what's the word compared to Wrath Classic? Bloody awful perverted. You killed my game, Bobby. Dragonflight crafting has a lot more to it, and I'm going to go as far as to say for their first attempt on a realistically, what probably should have been the case here is that what we have and have had throughout Dragonflight should realistically have been what they presented to us on the alpha. As this is what we have designed, now tell us what's wrong with it. We'll fix it in the beta, and then we'll have a solid, polished version for when the game goes live. You know, if you were to optimize and sort of try and create a development cycle that makes sense, that's the way you would do it. Unfortunately, we got what we got, and the game went live, and they've tried to hack together a few fixes throughout Dragonflight, and it's probably going to be the War Within when we get a slightly more polished version of it, because it's definitely got some rough edges. There's no denying that there's definite rough edges. Things don't synergize perfectly all the time. Work orders are a bit of a mess. This is what you would consider like your minimum viable product of a system, right? It's just a bit of a shame that it's live tested for an entire expansion in my eyes. How we doing, Jack? Welcome in. Good to see you. Okay, that leaves me to believe then that I'm pretty happy with how the leveling of Alchemy works. I think my guide covers all the basis pretty well. Now I need to figure a few things out. I need to figure a few things which are your next steps. Tools is probably the next important category. Who makes your alchemy tools? When you go to the crafting order thing, can you search for the tools by profession? I think you can, can't you?
Looking for something in particular?
You go profession equipment. Yeah, it's categorized by profession, which is good. So your Masters, Wilder, Cloth, Alchemist's robe is created by, that sounds like tailoring to me. Created by tailors. You, in the early stages, probably want to provide X, Y, and Z, and then leave the artisan's metal and try and find a tailor that's willing to sell their artisan's metal. Ultimately meaning that you probably want to put a nice, chunky, I would suggest minimum 5k, if not 10, if not 15 in here, to really incentivize the tailor to use their own artisan's metal. Because there's lots of tailors out there that have probably got more artisan's metal than they know what to do with at this point. So that seems fair to me. But that's how you go about getting that one. You have your expert alchemy hat, which is a leatherworking recipe. Created by leather workers. Same scenario, you probably want to put a sizable enough tip in here to cover the value of artisan's metal. And then your tool, your alchemist's brilliant mixing rod. Jesus, I can't type today. Is made by scribes. Yesterday you pulled up paint and explained how a talent tree might be better for specializing. I kind of agree with that idea, but maybe it would be interesting if the points were earned and not given. Yeah, of course, yeah. It's still here. You would obviously, yes, you would need to do something in a similar-ish fashion to how we've had this time. I don't particularly want to fly around digging dirt piles, but maybe you could have it so that, you know, you have a couple of... These numbers were just pulled out my ass, right? These numbers obviously would be adjusted, but I don't particularly want to be flying around picking up dirt piles, but you should have it so that some of the, you know, the first 50% of the knowledge points are pretty easy to get, and then if you want to grind out the rest of them to gain a bit of an advantage over your competition, you should be able to. But it should, the preference with this was that, like, season 1 or 11.0 has like a cap on the amount of knowledge that can be acquired, and that cap then raises each and every patch. And you should, in theory, never ever have enough points to fully fill all of the trees. That was one of the biggest, for me personally at least anyway, one of the biggest downsides of the spec trees was that they weren't really spec trees, because there was no specialization. You fill them and you've got them full. Somebody else fills them, they've got them full. Who out of those two people is more specialized? Neither of you. So the point of specialization in my eyes is that you have to choose to do this at the cost of doing this. It's a kiss-curse system, right? People made the correlation with, like, regular talent trees, right? If you're a mage, you have to choose to put points in Frost. If you choose to put points in Frost, you're not putting points in Arcane, right? So it should be that in a similar way, they could build on the spec trees that we have for professions and treat them very similar to spec trees for your classes. And if you have you have X amount of points, you can put the points in whichever spec tree you so choose. You could, if you wanted to double, triple dip, put some points in each one. The mathematicians out there will tell you that that's almost always the wrong choice, but it's a choice, right? You can still choose to do it if you want. If you want to be good at making, if you want to make some basic potions, and you want to make some basic vials, and you want to do some basic transmutes, you should be able to do that if you choose. It's not the right choice, but it's a choice you could make, right? Secondly, on top of that, as the patches progress, the cap of the amount of points that you can acquire within each profession should increase, meaning that you could probably, you can start to change your specialization a little bit more, and it sort of creates a staggered... For starters, it's almost a soft reset every time we go from one patch to another. They could also then make it so that once we go from 11.0 to 11.1, your first 25 points are much quicker and much easier to obtain as a passive catch-up system, right? You still would only be able to move up to a cap of 50 points, and you would still have to choose where to spec. But this is a way. So if they designed it this way, there isn't actually any iteration that Blizzard needs to do. If you pre-design the system so that it is by design meant to last an entire expansion, you can front load all of that effort and you can have it all done and ready for when the expansion launches. It's all there. It's all ready. It's all figured out. It's all worked out. It's all programmed. It's all ready to rock and roll. It just happens. They could have, in theory, so easily done that with the spec trees this time round. But, as we know, first iterations are not perfect. My overall from this, though, the number one for me, more than anything else, My number one is that I don't want to be ever able to fully fill the tree. Because if that's the case, you're no longer specialized. You're a jack of all trades without the downside of being a master of none. You are just straight up a jack of all trades, right? When you can just fill all of the spec trees, that becomes the bar, right? And this is what the situation is in Dragonflight right now. The bar is pretty simple. The bar is it's simple. You are suboptimal unless you have a full tree. There are some places where you don't need certain points to craft certain things, but the reality is, as a general approach to professions, if you haven't got a full spec tree, you are suboptimal compared to somebody who does have a full spec tree. And the screaming and the shouting about there being no catch up, and the screaming and the shouting about like it taking quite literally 6 months in some cases to fill a tree is very legitimate. Blizzard did create the system with the mindset that it's going to take the average player about 6 months to fill out their tree, which is fine. But they didn't put any restrictions on people being able to do it, meaning that some people were able to grind it and grind it and grind it and grind it and grind it especially via the use of these dragon shards of knowledge. And people were practically able to have their I can't remember exactly when it was. I made a YouTube video on it, but somebody completed their engineering tree like within a month or something ridiculous, right? Somebody was literally farming dragon shards 10, 12 hours a day, and they filled their entire spec tree within like a stupidly quick time compared to what most people feasibly were able to do. What I truly believe, there is not many cases in the game where some element of cap or time gating is justified, but in this scenario it would have really helped the patch cadence and would have made it feel like you genuinely actually needed to make a choice each patch. If they had gone with just looking at Alchemy right now, for example, there is, how many points is there? In fact, I can tell you exactly how many points there is. No, I can't because I haven't got it jotted down on this thing. There is somewhere in the region of 500 knowledge points that you need to fill out your alchemy tree. I can't remember the exact number, but we use 500 for the sake of maths. If they had made it so that you have to do your weeklies to get, you know, a nice chunk of knowledge each week, 10 or 15 knowledge each week by doing your weekly quests, fine. But what they probably should have done is capped the amount of knowledge points that you can possibly acquire in patch 1 to like 150. You can't get more than 150 however hard you try. So, you know, you could either choose to do your, you know, it would have basically limited the effect of sweaty players who wanted to farm dragon shards. You can farm dragon shards to a degree, but you can't go past the 100 mark. What they would have also then needed to do would have reworked dragon shards, because otherwise people would have pre-farmed them, which is another thing that people tend to do, because, you know, sweaty players are pretty sweaty nowadays. But there are seemingly ways and means that they could have implemented this much better. And I think there should have been an upper limit to the amount of knowledge points you could ever acquire regardless. I don't think you should ever have been able to fully fill all of these trees, because that, by virtue, means that nobody is specialized in anything. You should only ever have had, like, you know, if there's 300 points, you should only ever have had, like, 200 points that you could ever have got. So that you'd have to say, right, okay, I'm going to put my points here, but by putting my points here, it means I don't have points here. That is, by definition, specialization. Without it, it's just a tick box exercise. It was just something you have to just do it until it's done, and then it's done. And that's been nowhere near as fun. How do you even farm dragon shards? I thought they were random drops, just playing stupid amounts. Well, people optimized what activities could be done to get them. People figured out that if you fly around and you pick up dirt piles and you do that for hours on end, the actual hourly amount of dragon shards you can get was better than just randomly throwing spaghetti at the wall. You can't strictly farm for them, but there were dirt piles were quite good for getting them because there was often lots of dirt piles. You could probably hit, let's say you hit one dirt pile every, like, let's say you like find 100 dirt piles an hour. The law of averages means you'd probably get a dragon shard or 2 per hour from doing that dirt farm, but it's hella boring. You could kill rares. Rares had a slightly better chance at dropping dragon shards, and so during the periods where there was like this rotation, predetermined rotation of rares, a new rare every 30 minutes, people would just do that 12 hours a day, kill the rare every time a new rare was, and that had a reasonable chance at dropping a dragon shard. Yeah, so there were, by proxy of just playing a lot in a very grindy fashion, you were able to like semi-farm them. It wasn't like a target farm, kill this mob, lots and lots and lots, and you'll get, you know, but it was, people figured stuff out. It wasn't as random as it probably really should have been. I actually don't like these dragon shards of knowledge. I think they caused more harm than good overall, because a lot of people attributed the early days of the expansion as one of the like reasons why some people got so far ahead. Because I don't know how many of you truly remember, but even unlocking the dirt piles was a rep requirement. You had to get to, I want to say Renown 12, but it might not have been. I think you had to get to Renown 12 or something with Dragon Scale Expedition before you could properly farm for dirt piles. And so what that actually meant was that in the first couple of days, people who didn't know this, because it's the first couple of days of an expansion, were just slowly doing their thing. But the people that did know zerged reputation to unlock the dirt piles, and then they had literally thousands of dirt piles to run around farming, because not another soul in the entire game was picking them up. Meaning there was a few people who could farm dirt piles for like 18 hours a day the first couple of days, who got, I think some dude got about 45 dragon shards of knowledge like in a couple of days or something like that, and people lost their minds because, you know, they'd figured something out, and, you know, they foresaw that as being just a massive advantage. It's one of those, if you know, you know. So I think the implementation of this could have been done better, but that's so true for so much in this game. Specialization would probably have worked in Classic, where realm identity was actually important. Yeah, I do kind of agree that even in my idealistic world for specializations, it doesn't matter that much considering what you're selling is on the region-wide auction house anyway. But just the thematics of specialization, it means that you are choosing to be good at something at the cost of not being so good in something else, which by proxy at least halves the amount of people that are good at that one thing. Obviously, what tends to happen is that the spec trees are metarized, and, you know, everybody goes the same route. And so you still end up in the scenario where everybody is crafting the same things and everybody is the same as crafting something else. But that's just what happens in an MMO when you've got thousands of people playing a game anyway. But you could buy shovels on the auction house. You could, yeah. Blacksmiths make shovels, but you could also buy them for Dragon Isles resources, which if you were if you were farming dirt piles, there was a net positive. Even if you were buying shovels using Dragon Isle supplies, there was still a net positive amount of Dragon Isle supplies you would get. You got more Dragon Isle supplies by farming dirt than it cost you to farm the dirt by buying the shovels. So you didn't actually strictly need to buy the shovels off the auction house, although 5 charges versus 20 charges made the blacksmith ones very useful. If you took a break and wanted to farm them now, should you just go nuts on the dirt piles? No, honestly, it's too late in the expansion to really care that much. The opportunity, because the reality here is that yes, you do want to fill your spec trees, but filling your spec trees is only a tick box exercise now. It's not like filling your spec trees is all of a sudden going to print you lots of gold with your profession. All it's going to do is bring you up to the same level as everybody else that's already done it. You're not gaining a massive advantage over everybody by filling your spec trees. You're just bringing yourself up to the same point, which in my eyes doesn't justify the effort that it takes to do it. You just want to keep chipping away at it slowly but surely until it's done. And just make sure you're laser focusing where you spend your points in a little bit more of a smarter way, maybe. I mean, the Dragonflight's been out for a year by now. Read the tooltips. Like this is one of the things people still to this day don't understand what a lot of these nodes do, but then also a lot of people haven't even read the tooltips. So you kind of just need to be a little bit smarter with where you put your points. But the reality is it doesn't matter anywhere near as much as it did at the beginning, because you're competing against people that have all of the spec points filled out anyway. So it's kind of that's why I call it a tick box exercise. It's just something that on your journey as being an alchemist or whichever profession you pick, it's just something on the list of things that you should do to be on a level playing field with everybody else. The order in which you do it doesn't matter so much because you're technically behind until you're got them all full anyway. Let me grab a drink. I've been talking way too much already today. My voice is going to go if I don't shut up. Oh. Anyway, we have progress. Tools and accessories. It should be noted. What's the flipping?
Right, straight to business.
Artisans metal business. What were they called? Oh, actually, it's probably worth putting some notes about how somebody should craft their initial mixing rod. Multi-craft apply. Where's me Dracothist Andes? Dracothist Andes, you are looking at a multi-craft tool, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, because multi-craft applies to Dracothist transmutes. Yeah, I thought so. So your first tool, you
Let's make sweet profit together.
Use a multi-craft. What's the flipping missive on your first tool? Once your resources allow your second tool should be resourcefulness, and your third inspiration. Missive tool, multi-craft tool with a resourcefulness enchant, because there's not a multi-craft enchant, is there? Once your resources allow, your second tool should be resourcefulness. with resource. And your third inspiration with there's an inspiration enchant, isn't there? You go full inspiration. Maybe people don't need a third for alchemy. I don't think you need a third for alchemy, do you? Do you really need a third tool for alchemy? Isn't inspiration with an I instead of an A? Yeah, my spelling's dog shit. I make that mistake all the time. Do you really need a second for Dracothis crafting? Well, not necessarily, no. It's only if you are actually going to make potions and vials, or even if you're going to craft intermediates. I guess you probably want... an inspiration one, because you can't guarantee quality 3 primal conversions without... Or can you?
A satisfactory arrangement.
325, 250. Oh, okay, maybe you can. Can you? Can you guarantee Q3 of these? It's an alchemist? Or is this one of those sticky, icky, hidden skill value only, goblin only bonuses? I can't remember. I should look on my actual alchemist, shouldn't I? Then I'll get the answer. Where's my actual alchemist? Multicraft is always king in alchemy unless you want to max resourcefulness for work orders. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Getting more of something is always going to be better. It's one of those weird scenarios where if the quality 3 stuff was significant, if the rank 3 stuff was significantly more expensive than the rank 2s, you probably want to go for inspiration. But because the prices squish quite close together, you actually favour multicraft. There's a point on the chart where they cross. I just don't know where it is because I'm not that geeky. Is my mage my alchemist? I don't flip it. No, I can't remember nowadays. Do you experimentation, you get the 4-hour proc, and then you use the incense as well. That's true. It's another 2% inspiration, isn't it, the proc? I'm pretty sure. Oh no, this isn't even the right character. Flipping doodah. Alchemy inspired plus 20 inspiration. Yeah, which translates to 2%. Come on, game. Why you be so slow? This is what happens when you have too many add-ons installed. Looking at my craft sim data on my maxed alchemist, it's actually quite rare when a resourcefulness tool would be best. I wouldn't recommend when doing a guide, unless doing work orders, of course. Yeah, multi-craft is 90% of the time king. So, looking at this, we have, for these, for example, I don't have the mats, so it's going to do silly things. You can't quite get to tier 3 guarantee. You can only guarantee tier 3 with the aid of Illustrious Insight, which is just dumb. Meaning multicraft is still king here. You're better off just making more than you are less but better. Same with most of the stuff you'd actually make. Yeah, it's rarely going to be a case where resourcefulness powers through. I don't have the right stuff on me right now to actually test this properly. But yeah, multicraft is pretty much always going to be king. Multicraft. Yeah, realistically, you might actually only ever need that one tool, to be honest. A multicraft tool with resourcefulness will get you 90% of the way there. You are unlikely to realistically need anything more than this tool, are you? Unless you are doing some... Unless you know why you need it. This, I guess, is the point I'm trying to make. You're only going to need this one tool unless you know specifically why. For the purpose of a leveling guide and just overall alchemy guide, I don't think it needs to go into quite that level of sweaty detail. You'll want to use a multicraft missive on your first tool with a resourcefulness enchant. You should only need a second tool with... resourcefulness. If you frequently do work orders. That's realistically the only other reason you would need a second tool, looking at alchemy. Which for me is like, I just made 3 tools for all of mine anyway, because, you know, why the hell not? Most guide readers, it's just a waste of mats. For those who will need it, will probably actually figure it out themselves. Yeah, exactly. This is it. Like, there's rarely going to be a case where multicraft tool isn't the best tool to have. Wow, my main alchemist is missing like so many silly things. I just need to go and get this. There's no reason to not have it. I just need to go and get it. I haven't worked through... I haven't gone on the hardcore collection of everything. We're going to end up doing that pretty soon as we close off the expansion. I'm going to go through and make sure I've just got everything, or as much as I can... within a level of sanity acquire before we move on to the next expansion. This actually, this character isn't really my true alchemist either. This is just, this was a brand new character for Dragonflight, and it only ended up with alchemy because I didn't bring my main alchemist over from my old realm. So I made a new alchemist. But I might do alchemy all over again on my main alchemist now that it is over here. My shaman is my main alchemist because it's got the Vial of the Sands recipe. So it is never, ever, 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 ever not being my alchemist ever again. Okay. What next then? That's probably all we need to know for tools and accessories. One-time knowledge points. Where's me I hate having me... See, this is one... There we go. One-time knowledge points for alchemy. There's going to be loads of the damn things now, isn't there? There's going to be loads of the damn things. I did actually, once upon a time, have all of these jotted down somewhere. I swear I did. Did I have these jotted down somewhere, or did I... No, I jotted down the profession masters. I jotted down the profession master, but I don't think I jotted down the one-time knowledge points. What I'd like to do for the purpose of my alchemy video is get some video footage of where each and every one is. I'm wondering if that's going to be too much hard work for each profession. Hang on. Oh, that's what I did instead. I linked to Wowhead's article of where they all are. I wonder how up to date this is, or if it's up to date at all. Is this going to be up to date? Waking Shores and Owen Plains is your span, Thaldrassus. Oh, it has got the Zaralek Cavern and the Emerald Dream ones. So maybe it is up to date. Oh, well, that's... linking to this article is good enough to begin with. But I can obviously fly around and collect these and put some maps together and stuff as well to make it a little bit more smarter. Is there none on the Forbidden Reach? Is there no one-time treasures on the Forbidden Reach? No, I guess it's because you've got the rares for the weekly. I guess they didn't bother, did they? So these are 3 points apiece, aren't they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 times 3, 30, 39. That's 39 knowledge points just from flying around picking up some treasures. 39 knowledge points and 39 times 5. Nearly 200 artisans metal, actually. That's going to really help you with your basic experimentation. Pressing the button. Boop, 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 boop. Because you're going to chunk through most of that learning recipes, I'd imagine. I guess. There are 13 as of 10.2 one-time treasures to collect as an alchemist. This is good for 39 knowledge points and will also provide 195 artisans metal. I'll spell check all of this later. For use with your basic experimentation. Then I just need to put the names of them, put the waypoints, and do something smart. Capture some video footage of each one for the video guide. Provide waypoints for treasures in pasteable form in the video info for an easy way to get them. Yeah, I can use the description stuff for like paste strings and things like that. I think there are profession rares on the Reach, but that relies on getting the drop that spawns them. I'm sure I got something off a big rock guy for Jawn crafting. Don't know if there are one-time drops or repeatable. They're weeklies. They're considered. I bundle them in with weekly stuff. That's coming in a second. Weekly knowledge quests. So this is where you have... Let's summarize these. We have... Alchemy has... In fact, this is where my cheat sheet actually already has a lot of the info for this. So we have... This is actually... Profession... Oh, I haven't spoken about the profession masters. Dirt piles times 2. 2... 2 knowledge tokens via dirt piles. Two. No, hang on. They're not 1 point each, are they? I can't flip and remember. Goes to show I've not farmed flipping knowledge points for a good few months now because I just don't need to, and how quickly my brain has just been like, nope, don't need that info anymore, fuck those off. So the alchemy, we have decaying fill. Okay, I can actually just list these. This makes it much easier. I didn't realise I had all of this nicely laid out already. These are the mobs you got to kill for knowledge. Decaying phlegm. Decaying phlegm. And the elementious. The elementious splinter. Does anybody know that... I should flip it now. Oh, look, I've done all of this work before. I'm a flipping genius. Each week you can loot 2 profession knowledge point items. These will grant 1 knowledge each from dirt piles. You can kill and loot 2 profession knowledge items from select mobs. See the guide on the right. Book from the scribes. 1 times via scribe book. Helimanthia splinter, yeah, something like that. Two knowledge points via dirt piles, 2 via mob drops. This one and this one. 1 via scribe's book. Acquire via work order. Three knowledge points via a weekly quest. There's the crafting quest, isn't there, for alchemy? Which is... Which is... This one. You'll have a crafting quest. That's engineering. I have a 90-minute training on how to save a file in a cloud drive this afternoon. My brain is going to be fried with boredom. How in the hell do you need a 90-minute training on that? Sheesh. I know some people are computer illiterate nowadays. Obviously, as the years go past, people are getting slowly but surely better and better and better. But, geez Louise, who in their right mind thinks that you need a 90-minute... I mean, you could teach somebody Java in less time than that. 3 via a weekly Valdraken crafting quest. And then you have... 3 by a weekly... collecting quest that will send you out to collect something. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What else am I missing? There's the Forbidden Reach. How many knowledge points does the Forbidden Reach rare give you? I can't remember. What's the name of the alchemy thing that you need to presumably buy from the auction house? Can't remember the name of this thing. What are they even considered as? Hang on, we're getting in the right area. What's the mining? It's the artisan curios things, aren't they? What's the alchemy one? I need to put all these down in a list so I can refer back to them at some point. Skinning, inscription, blacksmithing, draconic suppression powder, that's the one. Go work somewhere where everything, even slightly technical, requires training. Yeah, I'm lucky. I'm lucky. I've grown up in the generation of people where technology comes to me quite naturally. So I don't mean to be dismissive of people who it doesn't come naturally to, but it doesn't sink into my brain very well when things like that happen. I'm my own business, and today I decide I need training in running from Ironforge to wetlands. Yep, that's the training I need. Draconic suppression powder. Forbidden Reach rare. requires draconic suppression powder. Draconic suppression. Draconic suppression powder. What's the name of the item that you get as an alchemist when you... Oh, no. Do you just get it instantly when you kill the rare? I can't remember. There's not an item that you need to use, is there? This is a very clever chart. Somebody's put YouTube video links to all of these. Clever, smart. Why am I not doing that on YouTube? Why am I not doing that on Wowhead? That's very clever. Free views, free clicks. Who's making these videos? Who's done this? Zafrost Pet. The flipping hell? 166,000 subscribers. Shit the bed. Hello? 36,000 videos. Okay, maybe that's why. Sheesh. The hell? Thought out all the shards in Genshin Impact. 2.8 million views. Oh, this is one of those channels that just spams out like 30-second videos for like every achievement in every game. I've seen a few of these. It clearly works. Sheesh. Flipping Genshin Impact, man. Am I playing the wrong game? Clearly I'm playing the wrong game. Literally multiple million-plus viewed videos for how to acquire things in Genshin Impact. I'm playing the wrong game, boys and girls. We're going to Genshin Impact tomorrow. That's ridiculous. I mean, sure. Either way, put in the work. Fair play. WoW's dead. Clearly. Okay, either way. Right, let's, requires the draconic suppression powder to spawn. The alchemy one is, who do you have to kill, the alchemy dude? Oh, you put it in the volatile brazier. I'll know it when I see it. Yeah, the alchemy one's around here somewhere. On this hill. No, that's the Enchantrix one. I know where I have to go when I do it. I just can't remember exactly where it is on the map. There it is. Agni Blaze Hoof. Craft the draconic suppression powder with the dampening powder and interact with the volatile brazier to summon the rare. The recipe draconic suppression powder can be purchased from the trader for 10 metal. Players who summon the rare will get summoner's luck and bonus loot, e.g. 1 knowledge point a week. There we go. Agni Blazehoof. I'll have to get some video footage of doing that and put some coordinates. What else have I forgot then? What else have I forgot? 2 knowledge points via dirt piles. 2 via the mob drops. 1 from your book. You get 3 for the weekly Valdrakken crafting quest. 1, 2, 3. You get 1, 2, 3 for the collecting quest. That's 11. 1 more for the Forbidden Reach rare. That's it, isn't it? Is it 12 knowledge points a week for alchemy? God, I really should have put my mind to this properly back in the day when I remember all of this stuff. Because you don't have a work order quest for alchemy, do you? No, there's no work order quest for alchemy. Collect quest, which gives you 3 points. Turn in quest, which gives you 3 points. The book, which gives you 1 point. 2 for the mobs, 2 for the dirt piles. Yeah. There was nothing new with the Emerald Dream, was there? Other than the collection quest or the... Yeah, the collection quest could send you either... It could now send you to either the Zaralek Cavern or the Emerald Dream or one of the first 4 zones. There wasn't an additional quest added. It was just more variety to the quests. But it still means that the quantity per week did not increase. Is there no knowledge from any Zaralek or now Emerald Dream quests? Well, each week, that's my point, right? Each week, the quest could be different. The quest, instead of just sending you out to the first 4 zones, might send you into the cavern, or it might send you into the Emerald Dream. There wasn't an additional quest, there was just more variety to the quests. But from a checkbox perspective of making sure that you've got all of your points every week, there was nothing more added. I don't believe. Unless somebody can correct me. Because when you look at, if we are to try and pick up all of our quests, there's still only... that's the Barter Boulder quest. Are these both the Barter Boulder quests? These are both the Barter Boulder quests that you don't need to do. We have Warmth of Life, which gives you 3 points. Collect 8 samples of metamorphic ash from Druids of the Flame in the Smouldering Corpse. So this week, the Go and Collect Something quest has actually sent you to the Emerald Dream. But some weeks it might send you into the cavern, some weeks it might just send you into one of the first 4 zones. And then from over this way, this dude will tell me to craft something and turn some amount of something in. This week, Wraithfire Oils. And that will in turn get me 3 knowledge points. So yeah, it's still only 12 knowledge points a week for alchemy, I think, in total. Two for knowledge, 2 for mobs, book, plus 6 is 11, plus 1 from the Forbidden Reach rail, yeah, 12. It would be 15 if you had a work order quest, but alchemy doesn't, so yeah, 12 a week for alchemy. Profession Master is worth listing on here. Profession Master, there is a 1 time Reward of 5 knowledge points from what's the dude's name? Gregory or Gregory. Vile try. Who is located in the Waking Shores. Mm, 6176. If the Dark Moon Fair, voice crack. There's what, two quests with the Dark Moon Fair, I think. No, there's one for each profession. If the Dark Moon Fair is up, you can complete the quest. Do you get 3 knowledge points? I'm quite sure it's 3 points, isn't it? Points. Did you add the techniques from the Artisans Consortium? No, the one-time collections of stuff is in a separate category. There were 13 one-time treasures to collect as an alchemist. In this section here is where we're going to put the Renown and the Artisans Consortium stuff, but well reminded, thank you. This is where there is for Alchemy. Alchemy. I think I also have this tracked somewhere at some point. Where the hell did I put it? Rep grind recipe chart. Is it in here? Centaurs. Renown 14 with the Centaurs and Renown 24. There are 2 Crafters knowledge books. Renown milestones. Renown 14 and where's me and button gone? 14 and 24 with Centaurs. Spell it right. Maruk Centaurs. There are 2 knowledge books as rewards for Renown milestones, Renown 14 and Renown 24. They give you 5 knowledge points each, if I remember correctly. Is there any more with any more? I think it's just Centaurs, isn't it? And the Sniff and Niffins? Yeah, we'll add the Sniff and Niffins in a second because they have their own weird and wacky way. Just checking that there's There are 2 Crafter's Knowledge books. This rewards for renowned milestones. Renowned 14 and 24 with the Maruk Centaurs. Are 2 knowledge. For reputation milestones. What's the Flip It Artisans Consortium? This faction. Hang on, we'll put that as an amendment at the end. Can anybody remember what the flipping hell is? You need to... What renown levels you need with the Artisans Consortium before you can buy the books? Because I can't easily check that, I think, because I, where are they? Hang on, what? Where have they gone? Huh? What's going on? Where are they? Where's the knowledge books? Oh, of course they don't show on this character because I've already bought the damn things. Wrong tune. You. Do you not get them to max level? I swear you get them because you get them staggered. Obviously, all of that is because it's an account-wide faction. If you've done it on one, you'll just have access to them anyway. But I can't quite remember where the cut-off points were. Why can I... Oh, there he is.
Always got stuff to offer.
Oh, there's 3 books, isn't there? Flipping hell, there's 3. Okay. There are 3 knowledge point books for reputation milestones with the Artisans Consortium. Dusty, Rare, and Ancient. Hang on. Hang on. We can check this, I guess. Dusty, Alchemist. Somebody is going to have done this in the comments. No! Boo hiss. Preferred, valued, and then finally esteemed. Was it preferred? Valued and esteemed. Whoops. These total to, what is it? 10, 20, 30. They cost artisans metal to buy, but they give 10. But Refund 50 due to the 10 knowledge. So yeah, you can actually, you don't strictly need 200, 300, 450 artisans metal to buy them, because they give you 50, 100, 150 back. So actually they only cost 300 artisans metal. 300 artisans metal gets you 30 knowledge points. Okay, is that everything? Is that everything? I'm pretty sure that's probably close to everything now, isn't it? Because there was nothing... Oh, Sniff and Niffins. Sniff and Niffins. What's the requirement with the Sniff and Niffins? I can't remember. They also give 10 each. I probably could and should just fly there and have a little bit of a look.
Aspects watch over you. Glory.
Did you remember the 153 metal every week? I will make a note about that somewhere, because that's definitely something that should be on people's to-do list each week. You're right. It's not a knowledge point thing, though. It's more of a just a, you know, an added things to know. Additional notes. There's additional that's probably how you spell additional, I don't know. Up to 150 artisans. Up to 150 artisans metal can be gained for free each week from... Oh, can I remember the NPC's name? Miguel Bright? I think. If I've remembered that right, I'm a geek. Thomas Bright and Miguel Bright. Oh my god, I think I did get that right. I need to get out. I need to touch grass. Holy shit. Oh, no. Maybe it's Thomas Bright. Maybe it's his brother from maybe the same mother? Or are they husband and husband? I don't know what the crack is. Show your metal from Thomas Bright. There it is. Where did I put it? Up to 150 artisans metal we gained for free each week from Thomas. For the quest, show your metal. This amount is based on your standing with the Artisans Consortium. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I think the amount you get starts off at 50 and it ranks up depending on what your standing is. Somebody's probably put... Yeah, here we go. 60, 80, 110, 150. There we go. So it ramps up to a total of 150. But luckily, Artisans Consortium rep is... Actually, that's a good question. Artisans Consortium standing is account wide. But does Thomas Bright know that? Because I swear I've had less than 150. I don't know. We'll come back to that in a minute. Where's the dude over here? Oh, Barter Boulder knowledge books. There's 2 sets of knowledge books, isn't there? There's ones from where's he gone? Where's he gone? Where's Ponzo?
Come see what I've dug up today.
Ponzo books. 2 books from Ponzo. Weekly knowledge, one-time knowledge points. Zaralet Cavern. Costs of these depend on your account's standing with Niffen. Heads up in the Zaralet Cavern sentence you put booked. Yeah, I'll thank you. I'll go obviously I'm doing this in Notepad. I'll go through and spell check all of this before it goes anywhere outside of here. my typing and or spelling is usually dog doo-doo. So I rely quite heavily on things like spell check, but thank you. 35 90 boulders. 5 10 5 knowledge. Five knowledge each for a total of 10. You've also got what's his face. Oh, we can regular fly in here now. Ah, good. That was a bug then. Nice to know. There was a period in the PTR where you could only dragon ride in here still. Were you taught that in school too, where they say knife and sword? What's the other? What's the other one? What's the other word that they always tell you, or at least in your head you say it totally differently to? Well, I mean it's probably the same with lots of them, lots of words, isn't it? But yeah, you say it in your head in a different way, so then you make sure you spell it right. Wednesday, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, Wednesday, yeah, that was the one I was thinking of.
Oh, the kid means tidings, bless you, friend.
Alchemy knowledge book, Niffen notebook of alchemy. Does anybody know off the top of their head what standing you need with a Niffen to get this? Or what renown you need with a Niffen to get this? Hidden treasures, bartering. $12 apparently. There is one crafters. One from the Niffen. Hang on.
Didn't see you there, buddy.
Requires renown 12 to unlock. And what is it? 300. To purchase. 10 knowledge? 10 knowledge points. Boom. Is that it now? Is that it? That's probably it. Pterodactyl? Yeah, just slap a P in it for no apparent reason. Yeah, that's always a funny one. Isn't it a bit late to be doing profession stuff so late in the expansion? There's still at least 7 months of the expansion left, so there are clearly... I mean, I can equally tell, just by proxy of my YouTube analytics, that there are still people vastly interested in leveling their professions. As still to this very day, I'm getting steady and consistent views on the leveling guide videos. And I also know that those leveling guide videos are not as good as they could be. So, for as long as there is interest in it, I will meet the demand and up my game with my profession stuff. This is felt so far a little bit lengthy, but obviously what I will be able to do is kind of semi copy paste a lot of this for, you know, changing the exacts. As most professions have a similar tick sheet of stuff that needs doing, right? So obviously putting this together the first time was going to be a bit spicy, but now I've done it once, it should be easier to replicate. And I think if we look at this from the perspective, you guys can quality control this for me a bit, I guess. If you wanted an ultimate one-stop solution for, in this scenario, alchemy, we have the leveling of alchemy from 1 to 100. There was no adjustments needed for my 1 to 56 guide, so I can just, you know, use the information from the cheat sheet for that. But 56 to 100, we now have a plan of action and have figured out exactly what it takes and what you need to do to achieve it. Once you've got 100 skill points, it then becomes sensible, at least to me, to start thinking about your tools and accessories. At least thinking about them. If you may or may not have the artisan's metal to make these right now, but of course you can, in theory, buy artisan's metal off somebody else. That's probably worth noting. You will not have enough to cover the full... you will not have enough artisan's metal to make all of these in one go. But you can always offer a bigger tip for the crafter to use their own metal when crafting your tools, your gear. Yeah, if in doubt, offer money. If in doubt, offer money. That's probably the way to get your tools and accessories relatively quickly. If in doubt, offer money. Do I Do I suggest an amount? Is that risky? Because it's very subjective. I, in today's market, would probably be suggesting at least 10k. If you're going to ask the crafter to use... I mean, 10k, I would imagine, gets your order filled. If you provide all of the materials, but not the artisan's metal, and you offer 10k, I'm pretty convinced you'll get your order filled. But I don't know if I should be suggesting a value. Send money to Mantis's PayPal if you need help. Something like that, yeah. More help, more monies. 2k is fine too. Well, see, this is it. This is why I don't particularly... Yeah, I don't think suggesting a value is right. I will just, you know, plant the seed that you can pay for that artisan's metal. You will not have enough artisan's metal to make all of these in one go, but you can also offer a bigger tip for the crafter to use their own metal when crafting your gear. Don't be cheap. You want these items sooner rather than later. Those Liquid and Echo players give sessions for $60 to $70 an hour. Do they really? I mean, that doesn't surprise me. Good money, I guess. I've used my own metal on 500 gold orders, but then again, I have thousands of metal. Yeah, this is maybe why I think actually suggesting a value is probably not smart, but, you know, don't be cheap. You want these items sooner rather than later is critical. But anyway, this was just like meant to be a quick review to make sure we got everything. You level your profession 1 to 100. You're going to need to get your tools and accessories. We've put some notes, alchemy specific notes, that you probably want a multi-craft missive on your first tool with the resourcefulness enchant. Quality 5, item level 372? 372? I think 372. You should only need a second tool with resourcefulness if you frequently do work orders. You'll not have enough artisan's metal, blah, blah, blah. Then we go on to, once you've got your profession leveled, you've got your... most people will want to make Dracothis, so maybe add how to get the recipe for the one-stop solution. Good point. Good point. Yes. Well suggested. Yeah, we probably will add that. Then you want to go farming your knowledge points and getting your hands on as many of them as you possibly can. So there are 13 one-time treasures to collect. This is good for 39 knowledge points. Will provide you 195 artisan's metal for use with your basic experimentation. There are 2 crafters' knowledge books as rewards for renowned milestones, 14 and 24 with the centaurs, 5 knowledge each for a total of 10. There are 3 knowledge books as rewards for reputation milestones with the Artisans Consortium, 1 at preferred, valued and esteemed. This totals 30 knowledge points. They cost Artisans metal to buy, but they refund 50 due to the 10 knowledge you get each time. There's 2 crafters' knowledge books from Ponzo in the Zaralet Caverns. The cost of these depends on your account standing with the Niffin. They require barter boulders, bricks to buy. 35 out of 90 boulders, 5 knowledge each for a total of 10. Warning. Boulders are also the currency needed for the Dracothist pattern. I suggest buying this first before the knowledge books. Where, who, why, as we're here, what's the name of the dude over in Ponzo Land that sells us that? Jewel crafting. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Inscription. Engineering. By the way, do you still want the Rumble message in chat? Yeah, probably not, actually, thinking about it. I've not done anything with that channel for a long time. Misty! Misty is the NPC where you buy the...
Come see what I dug up today.
Yeah. Transmute Dracothist Ponzo Cream from Misty. Misty will sell the pattern for 1 Ponzo Cream. This costs 1 Ponzo Cream is 10? Flipping hell, I can't remember. Why can I not remember this?
Oh, I'll have more dug up for you later.
Is it 10 or 25? Or was it 25 bricks but 10 boulders?
You want it? You bet we've got it.
No. Oh yeah, 25 bricks. 25 bricks or 10 boulders. Okay. Yeah, so don't buy the knowledge books from Ponzo in the cavern until you have probably first got the Dracothis transmute pattern. Misty will sell the pattern for 1 Ponzo Cream. This costs 25 bricks or 10 boulders from Ponzo. Boulders are boulders, if you have already hit renown 20, can also be purchased. Technically, right? If you're doing it, you're doing it. Where's...
Well, hello there, traveler.
Yeah. If you already have renown 20 with the Niffen on your account, you can purchase boulders. They are bind on pickup though. You can purchase boulders for 100 Dragon Isles supplies from Harlow Mal the Niffen Quartermaster. Okay, yeah, there we go. That's this was realistically meant to be one-time knowledge points, but just some added bonuses. There's also then 1 Crafter's Knowledge Books from the Niffen Quartermaster, purchased at Renown 12 to unlock, and 300 Dragonel supplies to buy it. Gives 10 knowledge points. So once you've done that I think is all of the one-time stuff. One-time knowledge points. Let's maybe... there's a one-time reward of 5 knowledge points from Grigori Valtteri in the Waking Shores. There's the... That's that, I think. Unless I've done a dum-dum, I'm pretty sure that's all of the one-time knowledge points that can be obtained. Because there was nothing added in 10.2. I was half thinking about making these guides and making these videos before 10.2 launched, but because I was so surprised to see them add absolutely nothing in 10.2, I waited until 10.2 launched because I didn't want to make a guide 2 weeks before and then it'd be out of date instantly. You watch 10.2.6 will do that to me, but yeah, I think that makes sense. Weekly knowledge quests, 2 via dirt piles, 2 via mob drops. I can obviously pad this out with, you know, a little bit more detail on these, but 1 via a scribe's book, via a work order, 3 from the Valdrakken crafting quest, 3 from the Valdrakken collecting quest, 1 from the Forbidden Reach rare. You need the Draconic suppression powder to spawn Agni Blazehoof. Insert chords. For a total of 12 weekly. If the Darkmoon Fair is up, you can complete the profession quest for 3 points. This will be up once per fair, repeatable each time the fair turns up. And then finally, up to 150 Artisan's Metal can be gained for free each week from Thomas Bright for the quest Show Your Metal. This amount is based on your standing with the Artisans Consortium. Is there anybody that is still paying any attention to what's going on? Is there anything else anybody could or should need to know when getting up and running with Alchemy? Obviously, I have not spoken in any way, shape or form about where to spend knowledge points. Is it worth a sentence or 2 on suggested first nodes, maybe? Just because that's clearly going to be people's question. Okay, I've got these knowledge points, then where the hell do I put them? Definitely yes. Okay. Suggested first knowledge. Suggested high prio. Let's just call it knowledge points. Spectre point. First. It is probably worth putting some points here, or some notes here, isn't it? Do it for Dracothis, do it for potions, do it for vials. See, this is what I want to be careful with about this. I don't want this to be follow this exact. You know, I've always approached this sort of stuff more along the lines of teach somebody how to fish rather than give them the fish. Yeah, well, okay. Right, quick bathroom break while I think about a smart way of wording this, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. Entertain your... Stop being a dolphin. Oh, great. I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Entertain yourselves for a couple. hand them the fish by this point. Maybe. Alright. Yeah, I kind of get the point, yeah. Challenge will be to compress this guide into TikTok level attention span. This is why, outside of what I normally like to do, this is kind of a video that I might actually script. I don't tend to script too many of my videos because it's too much like hard work, and I've also developed the skill to not have to script, so I choose not to sometimes. It does mean I ramble a touch, but I think this is, yes, probably worthwhile actually truly properly scripting so that it's concise, is that the word? And I don't go off on a tangent at any point. Just record it at double speed. That might also work. Okay, well, first spec points. First spec points for Alchemy, in my opinion, are pretty straightforward. Alchemical theory, transmutation, resourcefulness routines, and inspiring ambience, I think, are key ones to fill first. Decayology and chemical synthesis are less important. And it is also arguable whether inspiring ambience is as important, because inspiration doesn't play as much of a factor in Alchemy. Roughly, can we get a quick summary of if you were to just do all of this? If you were to do all of this, roughly how many knowledge points do we expect you'd actually have? I've acquired 13 knowledge points accidentally on this character just by leveling the profession and crafting a few things. Yet I have not harvested for first time craft bonuses. Ooh! That's probably a good thing to suggest, at the very least, as one of your things that you might want to do after you've leveled, is actually then go through and craft one of everything you have unlocked for the knowledge point and for the artisan's metal. That's definitely worth a note. Not the highest of priorities, but it is definitely worth putting in the additional notes. They changed it, didn't they? They changed it so first-time craft bonuses aren't all created equally. You get different amounts of artisan's metal depending on how difficult the thing is to craft. Okay, first time spectry points. Assuming, which is always dangerous, you have done much of what is previously suggested. You should have somewhere in the region of one. Let's find out what you should have roughly if you were to have done everything I suggested. So let's say by the time you've done a couple of first-time crafts, and you've done you've leveled, you've done a couple of first-time crafts, a couple of experimentations, and so on, you'll probably have 20 knowledge points. You will have 20 plus 40, so roughly 60. 70, 80, 90, 100. Let's ignore the ones from Ponzo, because you probably use your barters to get the pattern. 110, 115. Plus a week of activities, 130, let's just call it 130, assuming the Dark Moon Fair was up at the same time. Okay. So it seems to be quite feasible to get 100 plus knowledge points in your first week, or relatively quickly, should we say. 100 to 130 knowledge points. So what's probably wise is for us to suggest something for people to do with those. My theory with this is you probably don't want to put any points into potions or vial mastery for quite a while. Alchemical theory, I think, is clearly the winner here. 10 points in alchemical theory, 20 points in transmutation. If you plan to craft Dracothists, which you clearly will be if you're following an alchemy guide at this point in the expansion. If you plan to craft Dracothists, follow this route. And then we'll just tell people what to do. So 10 points in alchemical theory. I can obviously turn this neatly into a video. 10 points in alchemical theory, 20 points in transmutation. So that's 30. Is it more necessary? It's not more necessary at all to fill out alchemical theory for the point of transmutes, is it? Oh no, it might be, because you get resourcefulness, inspiration, resourcefulness, inspiration and resourcefulness. So you do kinda. Technically, you only need 30. 10 here to unlock a sub-spec. Oh no, you get that 5. Learn the sub-spec. Oh my god, you only need 5 points in there. Oh, that makes it even easier. 5 points in alchemical theory, which will then allow you to put 20 points in there. 25 points, is that all you need to get up and running with transmutes? It's crazy. Then you want to put 10 more points. 10 more points to unlock the second node, which then will allow you to put 30 points in resourcefulness routines. That seems smart to me. 10 additional points in alchemical theory. Then do you want to put all 30 points in this? You probably do, don't you? As resourcefulness is critical. 30 points in resourceful routines. So how many is that in total? 30, 40, 50, 65. We've already realised that people should have in the region of 100 to 130 knowledge points by this point. So we can keep going. Does any of this resourcefulness, inspiration and resourcefulness? So at that point you probably want to go back and you want to backtrack again and fill this one out. Does nothing anywhere around here give any multicraft at all? There's nothing in here that boosts your multicraft, is there? Which is odd, considering multicraft is absolutely king. Yeah, your Spectre doesn't do anything to help you with that. Multicraft when crafting reagents and incenses. So specialized multicraft. Wow, okay. I didn't realise how lacking the Spectres were for Alchemy in multicraft terms. Oh, literally nothing gives multicraft. Does multicraft then only come via... Oh, multicraft comes via your batch production, but that's only going to apply multicraft when it's once again it's specialized points, isn't it? That's only going to work for when you're making potions, and then you'll have the same for when you're making vials. That's the only multicraft node. There's no generic multicraft. So for your Dracothist Andes out there, their only multicraft comes from their tool, right? Clearly. Okay. I see. Oh, that actually makes the suggestion easier. So that's 65 points initially. We've only got 15 points in here so far. 35 additional points back in alchemical theory starts to make sense, doesn't it? So then that's going to be a total 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. There's your first 100 knowledge points, these three nodes. After that, do as you please, realistically. Yeah, I think that's my recommendation. This will be your first 100 points. From here you can consider if you want to focus on potions or vials first. Whichever you choose, I would suggest... Do people understand the word beelining? Is that actually a word that people use? Do people understand beelining? I know what it means. I just wonder if other people know what it means, or whether it's a colloquialism that I probably shouldn't use. I have no clue what it is. Suggest going straight to, yeah. Going straight towards batch production node and filling those first. So how quickly can you do that? 10 and then 10, 20, 30, 40. Why a B? I don't know. I didn't make up the word. I didn't make up the word. Are you sponsored by Elgato or just a fan? I ain't gonna lie, I'd happily have an Elgato sponsorship because there's a bunch of their stuff I would happily own, but I can't afford to buy all of it. You're right, that silly Elgato, the teleprompter thing looks very appealing. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I don't actually script anywhere near enough of my videos to really make it worthwhile. I tend to just, you know, wing it. But there's no denying that little teleprompter thing looks good. I've got the Elgato key lights. I've got the Stream Deck. I would quite happily have their proper green screen. So, I mean, this works fine, but I would quite happily have their proper green screen. I would, what else? There's the audio interface of theirs looks quite cool. I kind of want the Stream Deck that's got the knobs on it, because that could really help with volume. Because at the moment, if I need to change the volume for anything, realistically, I don't, simply because I have to piss around in OBS to do it. If I had like easy twiddly knobs to do it as well on the Stream Deck, that would be very handy. So I'd like 2 Stream Decks, one with all the buttons on it, and one with all the buttons on it, and one that's got the knobs on it. GG. Just don't get their microphone, it sucks. Oh, I've got no need for their microphone. Oh, I've also got their low profile boom arm. This thing is Elgato. I've already got half of their shiz. So I guess they don't need, you know. I'm still far too tiddly for Elgato to pay any attention to what I'm doing. Okay, let's see if this makes sense then. Assuming you've done much of what is previously suggested, you should have somewhere in the region of 100 to 130 knowledge points. This will be more than enough to get started. If you plan to craft Dracothists, follow this route. 5 points in alchemical theory, next 20 points in transmutation, 10 more points in alchemical theory, 30 points in resourcefulness, and then fill out the node again with 35 additional points in alchemical theory, doing it in that order. That order, I think, is quite important if you do not have all of these knowledge points. But if you do, it basically means fill the nodes. This will be your first 100 points. From here, you can consider what you want to focus. If you want to focus on potions or vials first, whichever you choose, I would suggest going straight towards batch production nodes and filling those first. From there, it matters. It does not matter too much. Your eventual goal is to fill all the trees. but a suggestion on where to go for your first 100 points, I think, would be enough to sort of, you know, set people off. And from that point, you know, choice is yours. Is there anything else that I think we should probably talk about without getting deep into, like, systems and, you know, hidden skill values and this sort of shit? I'm trying to keep it sort of specific to Alchemy. I think that probably covers everything, doesn't it? If that's kind of the format that I can go by, that should pretty much cover everything anybody needs to know to get up and running in this scenario with Alchemy, but of which this can easily be converted to the other professions. There's a lot of crossover, obviously. Anything else? I can't think of anything else. Early 19th century with reference to the straight line, supposedly taken instinctively by a bee when returning to the hive. Oh, well, there we go. There we go. Don't eat yellow snow. I mean, that's just solid life advice. Solid life advice. Right then, boys and girls. I'm going to leave it there for today. I appreciate that we kind of haven't realistically done much in-game. This kind of stream, I don't know if you guys appreciate or not. I don't know how generally helpful this is. I'm hoping that this, you know, some people can find some value in this sort of stuff. Obviously, it's much easier to digest when I compact it all down and put it in a hopefully no more than 10-minute video. But I hope that this sort of stream is, you know, appeals to people still. Mostly because the fact that I want to do this for most of the professions means the next few streams might be in a similar vein. We'll be doing some. I'll be testing some leveling of the professions. I can obviously only really do 2 at a time, because this one character is what I will probably do most of the testing on. Once I've done Alchemy and I've gone out and recorded some footage for Alchemy, I can obviously put 2 professions on this one character. I'll probably unlearn the professions and do it again with 2 different professions. This was a level 70 boost, so the advantage of doing this on a level 70 boost is that rep-wise, kind of there if I need to go, you know. If I wanted to actually do everything I say in my guide, I would be able to go places. But obviously the 70 boost has access to everything and it isn't like a regular character. But I think I'm busy this evening. If I've got some time, I might start scripting this, or I might start recording some video footage for it. This video is probably not going to come out still for a couple of days. The first time you do any video in any sort of series, it always takes 4 times longer for you to get into the flow. But then once Alchemy's done, I can probably quickly replicate this for the other professions quite quickly. I hope to have all of these out before the end of January. Because obviously I don't want them to drag on too long, because people are already questioning, well, what's the value in this? But my YouTube analytics seem to indicate that there are still many people out there that are leveling their professions. My original leveling guides, which were actually predated the launch of Dragonflight even. They were I recorded my initial leveling guides about 2 days before the expansion launched. So they're most definitely due an update. Good stream because I think I know everything, but then learn that I don't. Well, it's good to be able to bounce. This is why I don't mind doing this sort of stuff live, because I think it does help some people. And more importantly, it means I don't miss things out. Just as much stuff as some of you might pick up on that you didn't know before. You guys also are very helpful for reminding me of stuff that I most definitely would have naturally forgotten. So it's a community effort, and hopefully by the end of it, it'll all work out very nicely. Updating your guides more frequently than Blizzard updates professions in an expansion. Yeah, it's gross, isn't it? It's gross. Give me a job, Blizzard. In fact, to be honest, I don't think I want a job. I'd rather do it for myself. It's the opposite for me. I know a lot, but after watching Manthius' stream, I forget everything. I just remind you of all the bullshit you don't need to know, Jack. That's the problem, right? Just make it easier for you to forget the trash. Just remember the important things. Anyway, thank you, boys and girls. I'm going to go get me some food, and I've got some things I need to do around the house, but we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's reset day, and tomorrow's the last reset before we have a new patch. I don't really have any plans to do much in-game, if I'm brutally honest, tomorrow, but it'll probably be pick another profession. Have a think which profession I should focus on. I'm obviously naturally tempted to do one of the professions I know better already, probably Dawn crafting, but equally at the same time I'm happy to do any of them. It doesn't make a blind bit of difference. I'm going to do them all eventually anyway. But enjoy the rest of your day. Hit the follow button if you haven't already. Hit the subscribe button if you're watching over on YouTube. We'll be back again tomorrow. Have a good day. I'll see you then. Peace.